CV salts item so Richard can catch his airplane. Richard. You'll meet Richard in a minute. Go ahead, Jeannie.
Okay. Good afternoon, Chairman Longley, members of the board. My name is Jean Chilcott. I'm a senior environmental scientist with the Water Board here in Rancho, Cordova. Today, I will be bringing for your consideration, along with representatives of the stakeholder-led CV Salts Initiative, a resolution to extend the completion date for the Central Valley Salt and Nutrient Management Plan. It's originally due in May of 2014, which is coming up very quickly, so we are asking for an extension until 2016 based on a demonstration of substantial progress. We'll be covering quite a bit of information, and you'll be hearing from several different people during this presentation. We will be going over the basis of the resolution, why we need to come to you. It has to do with the recycled water policy, so I'll be giving you a very brief introduction on the requirements and the deadlines of that policy. But we'll spend the bulk of the time on the activities of CV Salts, the progress to date, a little bit about the policy discussions that are ongoing, and quite a bit about the technical work that's been conducted. You'll be hearing from Richard Meyerhoff, our technical project manager, and also Vicki Kressinger, who's been a key person working on the modeling efforts for groundwater and surface water. Then we will have some stakeholders come up and talk a little bit about the budget, the funding, their commitment to the project, and also the timeline. Once that's done and your questions are answered, I'll come back and bring the resolution for your consideration. So the recycled water policy was adopted in 2009, and it was amended by resolution in 2013, so just recently. The overall goal is to increase recycled water use for municipal wastewater, also recycle stormwater, work on conservation practices. Basically, it's to conserve potable water in California and use recycled water whenever possible. The objective is to establish criteria for permitting recycled water projects, to streamline that process so we can start using that recycled water in an efficient and sustainable manner as soon as possible. The approach is to develop salt and nutrient management plans which facilitate those recycled water project permitting. So looking at various areas and getting the questions answered ahead of time so the recycled water projects can be put into place quickly. The key with this approach, though, is to make sure that those plans are locally developed, locally implemented, and also that they're sustainable for the long term. These salt and nutrient management plans are required for all groundwater basins in California, and they have several requirements, several pieces, components that must be included. They need to have salt and nutrient source identification, fate and transport analysis, assimilative capacity and loading estimates by basin or by subbasin, water recycling, stormwater, recharge use goals and objectives, implementation measures to manage the salt and nitrate loading on a sustainable basis, that's critical. The monitoring plan, looking at constituents of emergent concern, and also an anti-degradation analysis, again, another critical component. There's a timeline attached to this statewide policy. The policy requires that these management plans be submitted to the appropriate regional board by May 14th, 2014. Again, that's coming up in about 6 months. There is a 2-year extension allowed if the regional board finds that substantial progress has been made towards development of a final plan, which is why we're here today. Once the plan is submitted, whether it's in 6 months or 2 years and 6 months, the regional boards have 1 year to consider that salt and nutrient management plan for adoption as a basin plan amendment, and at that point it would become the basis for future salt and nutrient regulation. Just to give you an idea statewide, this figure was developed by the staff at the State Water Resources Control Board just within the last 3 months or so. The green areas outlined in this figure are groundwater basins that currently have salt and nutrient management plans being developed. The peach-colored ones, orange-colored ones are basins that are groundwater basins where there's no known plan under development yet. For those plans around the rim of California, those are locally driven plans, and most of them are at least partially, if not fully, funded by Integrated Regional Water Management Plan funding through DWR Prop 84. And approximately 25% of those that have received that funding are actually on schedule to be reviewed by their regional boards in May of 2014. The other 75% are actually looking for extensions as well. Now, the Central Valley is utilizing a different process. This is our area that we're working on, our groundwater basin right here. And our process is the CV salts effort. Now, that effort started in 2006, so 3 years before the recycled water policy. And it's a collaborative stakeholder process to develop a Central Valley-wide salt and nitrate management plan, a real focus on nitrate. Now, it's a much broader effort than the recycled water policy, but components will satisfy the recycled water policy requirements. I say it's broader because there are many other key issues that the Central Valley needs to consider. One major one is the fact that we already have some areas where drinking water has been impaired by salt and nitrate, and part of CV Salt's effort will be addressing those areas. And again, CV Salts is a much broader effort than the recycled water policy. When the stakeholders got together, they realized that some of their issues, some of their areas of contention had to do with how surface and groundwater bodies had been identified, whether we were looking at whole basins, the whole region, or very distinct areas or management areas, whether or not the beneficial uses of municipal and domestic supply or agricultural supply, both of which are very sensitive to salt and nitrate, were appropriately designated, and whether the current level of protection was really the appropriate level of protection once you consider the type or category of water body. So a lot of the effort early on has been working on these issues because the stakeholders felt that if we couldn't agree here on this basis and on the foundation, it would be very difficult to move forward on the implementation requirements and also monitoring and assessment. Everyone wanted to agree what they were protecting first and the level of appropriate protection, and then felt that they would be comfortable really digging into the implementation. The approach that's being used is a real layered approach where we're looking at a very large area that's extremely diverse. So the idea is to have overarching policy that would apply region-wide and then slowly drill down into management zones, what would be the appropriate planning mechanism for those zones, but also to look at more area-specific studies along the way, individual salt and nitrate management plans and some archetypes, prototypes, case studies to make sure we're ground truthing the policy that's being developed. We don't want to develop a policy that isn't going to work when you actually drill down to the ground level. I'm not going to go into too much detail on the policy discussions, but I did want you to know some of them that are going on. We are talking about the different water bodies, evaluating groundwater subbasins, management zones, categories and types of water bodies that might increase our flexibility and facilitate some of our management decisions when we're trying to focus on some of those areas. We're also have completed and are in the process of drafting up some of the alternatives on application of secondary MCLs to protect mune, the conceptual regulatory framework to protect irrigated ag supply. We are continuing and having ongoing discussions based on some of the data that's coming out of our technical study to refine those, but we have done most of the hard policy arguments back and forth between the stakeholders on what could be considered appropriate for that. If you remember in July, we actually spent quite a bit of time talking about the policy issue of developing management zones and alternate compliance strategies, so we won't be going into that now. But I did want you to know that the discussions are continuing to be developed about the water recycling, stormwater recharge use goals and objectives, looking at maximum benefit guidelines for those anti-degradation considerations, and also looking at drought considerations. Now, again, these are the policy level, these are those overarching level decisions, but what we'd really like to focus on today is how we're ground truthing some of those decisions that are being made, some of the alternatives that are coming up. And we're using actual technical studies and various work that's been developed by our technical groups as the discussions are going on. And so what I'd like to do now is hand it over to Richard Meyerhoff, who's with CDM Smith, and he's our technical project manager. And he'll go into quite a bit of detail now on what we've been doing. Well, actually, he'll summarize what we've been doing because we can't tell you everything in even 2 hours.
Thank you, Jean. And thank Chairman Longley and members of the board. What we're going to do in the next portion of this presentation is to focus on various projects that are ongoing and some that are complete, and give you an overview of some of that work that's been done. We also want to kind of give you a bigger picture view of where some of this work fits in the bigger picture of the development of the salt nitrate management plan, so that you can see how some of this work aligns with some of the requirements of the management plan. We're going to start off with a brief overview of the technical work. I will then turn the microphone over to Vicki Kretzinger, who will talk about conceptual model development, in particular the initial conceptual model, which is the first phase of that project, and maybe a little bit about phase 2, which is currently being scoped right now. I will then come back and talk about what we call the Strategic Salt Accumulation Land and Transport Study, or more affectionately known as SALTS, and talk about the work that's been completed there and where we're headed with that project. A little bit about some agricultural zone mapping, and then we'll close out on how we're coordinating the policy technical activities. This figure here and the next one that will come up are a summary of, again, the types of things that are required for an SNMP. On the left side, this is what comes out of the recycled water policy in terms of what's required. On the right side, in the blue, we are listing there the types of projects and their status that are supporting these different elements. So in particular, for example, the very first one there, the salt nitrate characterization, we have 4 particular elements that need to be discussed in the plan that are relevant to that characterization. The initial conceptual model work, which is the first phase of the conceptual model, has done a good chunk of the work, the foundational work for that effort, but there's more to be done next in phase 2. Second part of this, the left again, more requirements for submittal of a salt nitrate management plan, and then again the work on the right, in some cases such as discussions of recycling and stormwater recharge use goals. Some of those will be more of a policy discussion, less on technical work, but it could very well rely on some of the technical work that's been completed when those discussions happen. And ultimately, we have to submit a salt nitrate management plan, and we are using various projects to develop the information that will go into that plan. This figure you'll see several times today, and it is just kind of a summary of the technical work that goes on. It's also set up in a similar to how the website for CV Salt is, where we catalog the information, make it available to the public. On the left side, the column, so-called technical area, we have 5 areas in which we are categorizing work, and then there's a bottom left, there's an additional area for specifically dedicated to Lower San Joaquin River Committee work. When we work on projects, then the primary activities are listed there that are relevant to those. If you go to the website, this is where you would find the information, the reports, we even document the comment response to each of the products, so that there is a record of the process of the documents, how they were reviewed, what the comments were, how they were revised. So we have a transparent record in the end of how we use that technical work to complete the various work products. In the middle of the SNMP support, again, how these different products support the SNMP, and then on the right, our timeline in terms of doing these projects. This year has been a very busy year in 2013. We've actually made some great strides in moving along some of the different areas of work. Some things have been completed, which we'll talk about today. Some are ongoing, and there's still work planned that will finish out the process of developing all the technical work that will support the SNMP. Lastly, before I turn it over and we start talking about the conceptual model, I did want to take a minute to recognize our technical review process. As I stated a moment ago, we try to keep things as transparent as we can, so there is an opportunity for others to come in at any point in time and be able to see what we've done and what we're doing with it. We have a technical advisory committee that meets monthly. We use that for talking about the big picture technical issues, get comment on technical deliverables. But we also have this year formed a project committee, which is an ad hoc committee of specific individuals who have been willing to invest even more time to keep some very intense projects going where we need a lot more frequent review, a lot more detailed reviews. And some of these documents, like the conceptual model, are several hundred pages long, and it takes quite a bit of their time to participate and get the comments out. So we did want to recognize those individuals in particular who have been helping out there. Some of the Central Valley Board staff have been participating. Some of our key CV SALT participants are listed there. I also want to particularly highlight two outside volunteers, Thomas Harder with UC Davis and Randy Hansen with the USGS. Both of these individuals have taken a lot of their time to review documents and give us a somewhat independent review of what we're doing, and we've greatly appreciated that. So we're going to talk about the conceptual model as a major project that has been finished. And again, just to highlight, going back to this timeline figure, we have it's a three-phase process. It's the first phase, or initial conceptual model project, that is complete. Phase 2 is scoping right now. And I will turn it over to Vicki to take it from here.
Thank you, Richard, and good afternoon, Chair Longley and members of the board. My name is Vicki Kretzinger-Graybert. I'm with the firm Ludorf and Scalmanini Consulting Engineers, and I'm one of the members of the Larry Walker Associates team, which consists of 6 firms. So thank you for this opportunity today to give you some highlights of the work that we've been doing. As Richard and Jean said, this is a lot about the phase 1 work for the Central Valley Salt and Nitrate Management Plan, also known as the initial conceptual model. So I'm going to talk mostly about phase 1 and touch on how that relates to phase 2 that we're currently in the process of preparing a work plan for, and then touch on what the issues were, some of the key questions going into phase 1 that we addressed, and what tools we used to address those questions. This is a lot on the level of a coarser scale of analysis, as Jean mentioned, with the 3 puzzle piece depiction. This is from the 30,000 foot level, high level analysis. But we also looked at 2 areas on a refined scale of analysis in the Modesto area and Kings Subbasin. And so those are used for important comparisons to the level of detail that we are able to look at in a coarse analysis and the messages that we can obtain with that versus what we can look at the higher resolution. In the end, I'll sum up by talking about what we learned about the significance of the salt movement in both surface and groundwater across the entirety of the Central Valley. So this slide, which I'll show here and then again at the end of my presentation, shows the comparison of phase 1 and then also phase 2. At this point, I'm going to focus mainly on phase 1. The key elements listed in the far left-hand column are ones touched on by Jean and Richard. Things looking at ambient groundwater quality. Here in the phase 1 work, this was at this coarse scale of analysis, but also comparison at the higher resolution. Assimilative capacity, an important concept that actually isn't defined in the state board resolution or guidance for recycled water. This is both done at the core scale of analysis in a preliminary way and then also in the 2 focus areas. Then we looked at salt and nitrate transport, both surface water and groundwater across the entire Central Valley floor. Management areas, this relates to what I'll go into more detail in a moment about what we elected to use as initial analysis zones. We also developed proof of concept. The 2 focus areas were not exhaustive analyses, but they were in the category of tools to know what could be used by local entities in the future for locally specific salt and nitrate management plans. And then groundwater monitoring, it touches on data issues. So the questions that we were trying to address broadly were the fact that there's salt and nitrate accumulation, so widely known problem for decades. We wanted to define what can we know about the ambient condition, and a lot of what I'm talking about now is going to be focused on groundwater. So where are salt and nitrate in balance, so to speak, or accumulating or depleting in every part of the Central Valley floor? What can we identify preliminarily as priority areas? And what is the potential or preliminary assimilative capacity? So there are a lot of data, and I'm not going to go into detail on this, but in all categories of hydrologic, hydrogeologic, land use, we looked at the coverage that we have with what's available today at the very compressed schedule that we were working under. Most of our technical work after some initial reports and technical memorandums were completed, the technical work needed to occur in about a 5-month time frame. We also used models to the extent that they're in existence, and then because, as I'll mention further in a moment, the one that we really needed doesn't exist, so we had to develop an alternative to evaluating and trying to quantify the salt loading and surface water and groundwater at the scale of the Central Valley floor. So the initial analysis zones, because of the compressed time schedule, we needed to identify what might be a usable working unit of analysis that we could go right into without looking at all the options. All the options were actually, well, not all, some of the options, examples of management zone areas were presented in our task force report. So they described other opportunities for selecting a management zone. Here we chose the subregions of the U.S. Geological Survey's Central Valley Hydrologic Model, which is divided into 21 subregions, and those subregions actually were coordinated with what has been done previously by the Department of Water Resources for water balance regions. Now, it was also suggested at the outset that one of these subregions be divided into two, so ultimately for our work we ended up with 22 initial analysis zones. There's also a coverage by a watershed model that we utilize. It doesn't cover all of the Central Valley floor. And then there are 2 areas, as I mentioned, for prototype or proof of concept analyses, and those were in the Modesto area and the Kings Subbasin area. You'll also notice the red boundary, which is the Region 5 boundary. That was used for the groundwater data collection, but our other work focused on the Central Valley floor. So on the groundwater quality data, this involved obtaining from all the available online repositories of data, including Department of Public Health, GeoTracker, the USGS, DWR, and also the regional board's dairy data. So all of that data together represented more than 50,000 wells for the area within the Region 5 boundary. Within the area of the Central Valley floor, it was on the order of 33,000 wells. Now this sounds like a lot of data, but as we looked at what we had coming with this data in the way of other information, it is limited. It's quite limited. When you try and filter the data for the needs of the work that we were doing that focused, as I'll describe, on specific parts of the aquifer system, that we were constrained by the available information for only some of the data that had well construction information. So some of the data we were resigned to attach it to a category based on the source of the data. So things like GeoTracker regulated facilities were more assigned to shallow zones. So as an example for nitrate data, there were more than a third of those wells that didn't have any kind of construction information that we could attach to it, and even more so with the TDS data. So it makes it hard for us to know as much as we should about what the data actually represent in the way of the part of the aquifer system from which that well is sampled. So I'm going to show a few slides that talk about the ambient water quality, and these are just broadly on the coarse scale of analysis. The CVHM again refers to the USGS Central Valley Hydrologic Model, and here we're talking about the percentage of cells, and by that it's a 1 mile square area that have a well with over the nitrates, MCL in this case, and what that means in terms of the density of those cells in the IAZs. So in this case, we had nitrate that was the higher percentages in the Merced-Stanislaus area and also in the Tule area. And then lesser levels, as you heard earlier with rice, in the north part of the valley, the quality is very good. And so we have a lot of green, not much representation there of exceedances. This is a related one for TDS. So here we have the whole west side that has a very high density of these cells that have a well that is over the TDS objective of 500 milligrams per liter. And then when we take this data and we look at the median concentration in these cells and for the more recent time frame only, then for nitrate on the right-hand side of the slide, we have the warmer colors that are the orange is 5 milligrams per liter nitrate nitrogen and up. Red shows up as in the King subbasin area, the northern part of it, and also in the Tule area. And then on the left we have shallow TDS concentration. Now these are all shallow, which I'm going to talk about more in a moment, in terms of how we defined what that represents. So on this methodology, going into this, there were a couple of models at least that cover the Central Valley floor that are groundwater flow models. They don't include mass. So there is the Central Valley hydrologic model, which is a groundwater flow model, and it includes surface water as part of its water budget components. There's also, and that model was developed in 2009. There's C2VSIM, which has been around longer and more recently updated in the last year or so. Neither of those models includes mass. So in order to do this work, we needed to figure out another approach to be able to quantify what was going on with surface water and groundwater for the Central Valley. So we used a watershed model, the Watershed Analysis Risk Management Framework model, that has been developed for a number of locations across the Central Valley, and actually parts of it, the domains extend outside the Central Valley floor, but it doesn't cover the entire Central Valley. So in order to develop the mass component, which is what that was used for, where it computes from land use, a water balance and a chemical mass balance, and it looks at things like the plant uptake, what occurs with denitrification, what occurs with nitrogen losses to the atmosphere. So it's a comprehensive model that we can use the mass from. Then there is the CVHM model that was considered to be the one that we would assume has a water budget that is the one that we should use for the base, because that covered the entirety of the Central Valley floor. So that was all the other water budget components, including groundwater pumping and surface water deliveries and ag demands. So conceptually, we're talking about all of these initial analysis zones, all 22 of them interlinking, and we're needing to compute the mass going from surface water in and out between these IAZs. We're talking about the movement of groundwater between a shallower part of the aquifer system and the deeper part of the aquifer system, stream leakage, other sources of water going in and out of these zones, and tracking them all. The shallow zone was defined as that portion of the aquifer system that would take a 20-year travel time, vertical travel time, to reach a certain point. So within each of these IAZs, for the 1 mile squared cell, we had a specific calculated depth. So these volumes for the IAZs were not based on a box kind of analysis. It was a very irregular volumetric shape. So we're looking a lot in these analyses at the movement of the recharge and the mass associated with that recharge to groundwater, and we're looking a lot at the movement of groundwater from the shallower part of the aquifer system to the deeper part of the aquifer system. So we also needed to look at different mass loading scenarios. So in addition to the base information that was developed from the watershed model We also looked at different scenarios where it involved more or less nitrogen uptake efficiencies. And then we also had 3 salinity scenarios. And these were important because things like the mass in applied water, whether it's surface water or groundwater, is either not known in a lot of locations and or not readily available. So we're trying to look at, what different scenarios might relate to in terms of our results. So with all of this data coming from both model platforms, we ended up using 18 different databases, hundreds of complex queries trying to track this data. And the data was being tracked on a quarterly basis during a year, spring, summer, fall, winter, inflows and outflows, so not one direction, and over a 20-year time frame. So that was what we computed on a core scale for surface water and groundwater. And this is just one example, in this case for nitrate, of the kinds of information, just one example. This is actually one of 6 reports. This was the last and largest report, but we have a lot of graphics that are included as hydrographs, graphs like this one, other kinds of tabular information on the quantities of different water budget components and mass loading. Here on the far right-hand side of this plot, we have the median of the shallow measured data. So in this area that falls below the nitrate standard of 10. It also shows the blue dots are the representation of shallow data in this IAZ, and you can see that there's a sparsity of data in earlier time and a greater density of data later in time. And there's also, because we're working at the core scale, we have a large spread of concentrations of these data. So we're going to talk more later about what that means in terms of the higher resolution analysis. There's also a line pointing to the linear regression on the measured deep data. And this is just for comparison because all of this computational analysis is for the shallower part of the aquifer system, but we wanted to relate what we know about the concentration of the deeper part of the aquifer system to what we're seeing in results for the shallower part of the system. So the results are the 6 lines and in various colors attached to the 6 nitrogen loading scenarios label. We have different degrees of increase over time for our 20-year simulation period, all of which fall within the range of what we're seeing of the data now. So once we did this and we got through, we had a lot of information as output, and we needed to organize a way to say, okay, now what do we know about these different IAZs and how might we prioritize them? So we developed a criteria, 4 criteria that looked, 3 of those criteria were related to actual observations. So we emphasized what we know in the way of actual data. And then one of the criteria related to what we learned from simulation results. Because it was on this course scale is one of the reasons that we focused on the actual observations for the priority ranking. So the coloration is what was learned from the ranking, the 1, 2, 3 to high being the 3 category, meaning that it had the worst water quality. And then the circles are about the simulations and what the simulations showed, either 1 or more or 4 to 6 simulations, and whether or not they were above 5 milligrams per liter nitrate nitrogen. This then translated to what we saw in the ultimate priority ranking. So here, the result for nitrate, we have the red ranking the highest priority being King Subbasin area and also the Tule area. And these were, again, on the core scale of analysis. So we'll look further at what this means in higher resolution. This is also, as you probably are aware, in the King Subbasin and near there, where there studies that have gone on very recently about disadvantaged communities and the importance of looking at the water quality in those areas. So these are consistent with those analyses. And then this is just a similar ranking, and here I just show the end results, and this varies. So on the left-hand side, we have the ranking, and the coloration is related to TDS at the water quality objective of 500 milligrams per liter. And on the right, when the water quality objective is raised to 1,000 milligrams per liter. And on the left, you see a whole lot more red and ones that are problematic than when we've raised our water quality objective to 1,000 milligrams per liter. So then that brings us to what we also wanted to know about the assimilative capacity. So that's looking at, what's the difference between our ambient condition and what additional loading might occur while still serving a beneficial use. So here we have the shallow part of the aquifer system, and the next slide is a map, but here just without trying to read numbers, you can see on the nitrate on the farther side, the left-hand side of the table, we have the assimilative capacity with green at the top, meaning there's more assimilative capacity. These basically go in order from the northern part of the valley down to the southern part of the valley. So we can see we have a whole lot more assimilative capacity on a coarse scale in the northern part of the valley. When we move to TDS, we have 3 columns. So here we compared it to different water quality objectives, 500, 700, 1,000. When you 500, what we just mentioned is no assimilative capacity in many of these IAZs at the core scale of analysis when we're at that water quality objective. And it opens up a little bit when we go to the 1,000 milligram per liter. And here's a map a little bit easier to look at for the nitrate nitrogen. Again, we see on the core scale of analysis the problem in the Kings Tule areas, and then also in the lower part of the Modesto area. So now I'm going to turn to the higher resolution analyses and just a few examples of what we looked at. This again is proof of concept, so these were not exhaustive in terms of data collection and trying to relate it absolutely, as you'll see, but it was to look at what tools might be available to local entities for their application to the extent such tools have been created for other reasons that they might be able to use these for their purposes. So here we have a USGS model that was developed for the Modesto regional area in 2007, and it's one that we had used earlier for the pilot study in 2009, 2010. Here we've taken it to another step. Previously we looked at particle tracking and that sort of application. Here we were able to apply a new module that actually wasn't out, released by the USGS quite yet at the time that we were applying it, and we had USGS support in the application of the model, partly because it had never been intended to be applied at the scale that we were applying it. Here we have a model that has a 1/4 mile square cell, so a much finer resolution. And this slide shows now the difference of what we can achieve when we are looking at the coarse scale. At the top right-hand corner, we have the large color blocks. And then when we look at the finer resolution, we can see a lot more definition of what's going on. But this is also dependent on the degree of data available, which we found in many IZs was less so for the shallower part of the aquifer system than it was for what we categorized as the deeper part of the aquifer system. So this is just one slide of sample results. The slide on the image on the left shows the particle tracking. This is showing from USGS wells where, as Summer mentioned for rice, USGS studies have a lot of documentation, which is very useful, and their data come with well attributes. So we actually know the construction of those wells, and we can better understand how to place them within the models. So here we're looking at path lines that go back to the source of the mass that's resulting in the concentration observed at those wells. In the 2 images on the right-hand side of the slide, we actually have the measured concentration. So here's where it's different from our previous work where we stopped at the particle tracking. Here it's something that's more tangible. Although, when we look at the TDS simulated results and we compare those to the measured, those are okay. They could be improved with more locally specific data as part of the work. Nitrate was a failure. It was a very poor representation. So there would be a lot needs to be done about the level of loading to the unsaturated zone through the land use. What amount of uptake is there or isn't there? What is occurring? So again, this is just proof of concept. It's a tool that can be applied. It's a new module that can take some of the models to a different kind of representation. And here are some of the results just to show again the difference between the course. Yeah, sorry.
Going back on the previous one, is that generated by the model using statistical techniques, or because
No. So this is the actual results from the particle tracking, and then the module developed by the USGS to relate those particles to a concentration. So these are the results that are across multiple layers, 16 layers of the model, and then that's the actual results that we're plotting.
I'll talk to you offline because
Okay.
I'm mystified. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. So in the assimilative capacity, we have the example of the core scale on the upper left-hand image, and then on the right side, we have the higher resolution. So we can see here on the southern part of the course, the IAZ-12, where before we had no assimilative capacity, and now we can see that it's not everywhere, that there is other areas. But even that could be improved. And when you look at the lower left-hand corner, those are the actual data from more recent time period. And we also know from other work that we're doing for East San Joaquin Water Quality Coalition that there are other data sets available from local entities. So the data that we're using for this work is everything that was available and directly online. Some of that local data with outreach is available. Some of it actually turned out to be not available, even though it exists. And then this is a similar example, but for TDS here, the 1,000 milligram per liter, where in IAZ-12 we have a lesser amount of assimilative capacity, but when we look at the higher resolution, there looks to be more available. But here's a good example of where the data themselves are actually fairly sparse. And then turning to the Kings Subbasin, this is an application of the CVHM model. So because this exists for the entirety of the Central Valley floor, it's one, if a local entity has not used any kind of model for any other reason previously, that this is one that they might consider using. And this is actually one that the USGS is in the process of updating, which might be in the next year or so to have that completed. So here again is the 1 mile squared. This is also taking it from a groundwater flow model now, which the CVHM is, to a mass transport model. And again, on the illustrations of the aggregate scale, here the top image represents what we did for the shallow zone as part of the earlier work. The other image here is different in that it's not the direct comparison between shallow to shallow. The lower image is showing what we were able to know in this area from public supply wells and also agricultural wells, where we have more data than we did for the shallow part of the system. So you can see that between the two, just generally, that the water quality conditions look to be better, except when you move to the southeast corner of the Kings Subbasin. This is a slide to show results using this model. Now there are 10 layers in the CVHM model. This is just showing 4 of them, 3 upper layers and then the layer 6 on the bottom. This was over a 20-year time frame. And you can see that there's some changes that are observable in the upper 3 layers, but not noticeable in layer 6. So this is illustrating how it depends where you are within the aquifer system. In this case, layers 4 and 5 on the west side of the Kings Subbasin constitute the Corcoran clay. So there you have a very significant lower permeability layer impeding mass transport from the upper layers to that lower layer. And this is another example of a simulative capacity now for the Kings. And here we have coarse scale, the upper left-hand corner, and then the northern part of the Kings subbasin where it was red said no assimilative capacity. On the finer resolution, we see a lot more green and a lot more possibility, but there's also less data in that upper area. So it's somewhat biased by the Krieging's analysis is what was done to create the displays here. This is something that would be refined in the phase 2 work as terms of the methodologies that might be used. And then TDS, similarly, coarse scale, the finer resolution on the right, a lot more definition, dispersed data, but fairly sparse. Now coming back to the bigger picture, talk about what all this meant altogether. So this image is from Department of Water Resources in their California Water Plan Update in 2009. The Water Plan Update is something they do every 5 years, and they're in the midst of doing one now. Here, this is the surface water only and the salt transfer that they've displayed annually across Region 5. So we have a lot more salt staying in the region than is leaving the region, and we have more salt moving from north to south. So now in 2013, DWR, for the first time in the last few years that it's been worked on, and I'm part of the groundwater caucus that is involved in coordinating with DWR on the groundwater content. This is the first time ever that DWR is doing an entire volume on groundwater. So here's a draft slide that they have, just shows the groundwater use. So there's no mass component to this. This is just groundwater only. And the image on the far left shows the amount of pumpage. So just relatively, we see more pumpage occurring from the north, and it increases as you go to the south, which is largely known. But now trying to bring together what we have done as part of this work in the ICM phase 1, taking what we've learned on the salt mass and the accumulation of that mass. We looked at, okay, how do you visualize this? So altogether, what's moving from the shallow part of the aquifer system to the deeper part of the aquifer system is the equivalent of about 1,290 of the world's largest cruise ships ever. So in mileage, that goes from Sacramento to Bakersfield. So it's an enormous amount of salt that is moving from the shallow part of the system to the deeper part of the system. Nitrate, it's about 0.5% of the mass of the salt. It's not insignificant because of what the standards are, what the water quality objectives are, but there's a lot of salt.
Is that per year?
That's
that?
over 20 years.
Over 20 years.
Yeah,
Okay.
thanks. So when we look back at what DWR had for the surface water, and we look at, those are 1,000 tons of salt moving within the Region 5, and then we compare that to what we're computing for 1,000 tons on an annual basis of salt in the Sacramento River area, to the San Joaquin River area, to the Tulare Lake area. There's about 6 times the amount of salt that's moving within the aquifer system as compared to what's being computed for the surface water. So here's kind of a recap of what we learned. Groundwater quality data, we found that it was limiting, particularly in some IAZs, both spatially and temporally. As I mentioned, well construction is a very large issue. It highly constrains, hinders, the computations that we're trying to do and to have them make sense. There's also, on the coarse scale, we're finding that there's little to no assimilative capacity in a lot of these IAZs. What we found that this approach on the coarse scale was good for the low level resolution analysis. for kind of big picture view of the magnitude of the problem. And the components that are really important, the recharge to the water table and the vertical movement from the shallower part of the system to the deeper part of the system. Then on the smaller scale, finding that the more detailed information can better inform management, particularly when it comes to the local entities and what they need to know. So the finer scale of analysis will be really important in the future to characterize ambient conditions and assimilative capacity. This basically represents a benchmark, of where more information can be gained and things can be improved going forward. So coming back to the comparison of the phase 1 and phase 2, moving over to the far right-hand column, phase 2. So we're looking at the going into phase 2 at some various things that would be accomplished, one of which would be to develop a more detailed methodology relating to the characterization of ambient water quality, and then to apply that to some example areas at a higher resolution in those illustrations. Similarly, for assimilative capacity, to develop final methodologies more detailed for the users, so that would become a piece of the preliminary Central Valley Salt and Nitrate Management Plan. And then on a higher resolution analysis, there's been the indication that Kings River Conservation District is offering up its area in some capacity, and the specific area within that area to be determined with stakeholders' discussions as an archetype area. So this would take forward the application of what would be done in a management zone to show certain things that could guide local entities in the future, sort of like a template or a guidance document for local entities. And then on the salt nitrate management plan in general, I think as I just touched on, the guidance for the local SNMPs, what all they need to know, what all they should include. And groundwater monitoring, this would touch on data distribution and some of the needs, and this would feed into information needed for phase 3 of the Central Valley Salt and Nitrate Management Plan. And so that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
I have a question. Back when you were talking about the models where there was a more regional model with very larger blocks, and then you were able to zone in more on I don't know how you describe it, but more local data. You mentioned that there were, in some cases, there were not a lot of data to work from.
Right.
And how are you able to extrapolate and determine whether it's a red block or a yellow block or an orange block based on limited data?
Well, in the core scale of analysis, it's defaulting to what the statistics are ultimately giving us. So it's a broad average or other statistical factor. For the for the finer resolution, then it's a statistical analysis. It's a Kriging application, but it can be biased depending upon the level of data. So as I mentioned,
When you say Krieging, most people don't know what that means.
so it's an interpolation of the data points that are available, and sometimes those can get skewed when there's large blocks of areas that aren't available and it's trying to do too much with too little, or it concentrates a lot where there's a lot of data density. So the important thing, I guess, to recognize is that in addition to the online publicly available data, that there are pockets, silos of other data. We had coordinated with the regional board staff recently to have a conversation with a county department about their data. They have an exhaustive data set, but they are reluctant to share because of confidentiality reasons. So there are these other data that may exist, but they may not be available.
Okay, yeah, because I mean, it just seems like, especially in a couple of the slides in Kings County, it seems like there's very limited data to really come up with a solid model that give us the information that we need.
Right, and part of that is at what part of the aquifer system. So, as I mentioned, a lot of the IEZs, particularly for shallower data, that was more limiting than the data that we had for what we categorize as deeper. So deeper meaning more municipal wells, ag wells, other supply wells, USGS wells that we knew the depth of. The shallower wells had a much smaller data set from which we could actually categorize. There could be those in the unknown category that could be further examined. You know, if you have the access to the well construction information through a governmental entity that provides the authorization to receive that information and to be able to link it up with the data, that's a large time effort to do that.
That limited data within the Kings, is that due partly to the poor water quality and people are just not going into the shallow aquifer as much?
I don't think so. In conversations with Kings River, they understand that there is a limited amount of data, and they're actually in the
You're
process.
talking the east side, but I'm talking more to the west,
Sorry, yeah, that could be, Carl.
over
I'm
the
sorry.
Corcoran, over the Corcoran. Yeah.
Right.
And then I guess might be a question for staff, but what can we do to help, I guess, work with counties to get the data that we might need? Is there some support that we can do, or anything that we can do?
Right now, we've been trying to coordinate with them and bring them into part of the effort and help them realize how we're utilizing the data, that it's actually, we're trying to provide a good database that can be used for future management planning. But it is tricky. You know, whenever you get into those confidentiality agreements, we certainly don't want to start out by, doing a 13267 and demanding data. We would much prefer to have it be a collaborative approach that everybody can see the benefit of what better data can provide. Especially in this, again, if you start looking at the data, and we're coming out with an overarching policy that says because of the limited data, we have no assimilative capacity. Therefore, there will be no recycled water projects in this management zone. But if we had better data and we could do a better job of the statistical analyses and the Cregan, and we may actually identify that there are some areas and some flexibility if we had the information. That's the preferred approach.
Thank you.
Carl,
Go ahead.
I'm having a hard time getting this image of all these cruise ships floating down the San Joaquin River for the salt.
It
But
is kind of tough.
I can kind of see why you didn't use swimming pools or something for your, I'm not sure cruise ships are the best, but swimming pools clearly won't do. But it describes, I think, very visually the overwhelming, problem here. And a couple of questions are like on the similar capacity, and how sustainable and for how long does that exist if you keep putting, even recycled water into this area? Yeah, and I mean, what does that give us, another 100 years or 50 years, or what happens with, you're adding more salt and you're going to lose your assimilative capacity over time. So I guess that goes to the long-term sustainability question.
Yeah, it depends on the dynamics. So you can influence, what that may mean in an area if you have flow that can offset, what you're loading, and that you have some balance. If you don't, then you're just accumulating, and then what I've seen in one area is where the water quality objective has changed, and so you've gained some more assimilative capacity, but it's in a shorter term view.
What, I'm sorry, go ahead.
And the question that keeps popping in my mind, and I don't know if there's a relationship, but when you start really pumping a lot more water, like we've seen with the recent reports on subsidence, does that have an impact on what we're talking about here? We might lose wells we could use for monitoring, I suppose, but is there other impacts?
I'm not sure, Bob, if you're talking about the impact of the pumping or the impact of the water onto the land.
Yeah, both of those.
Yeah.
I mean, when you're pumping that much and you're getting the subsidence, does that affect water transport or groundwater transport? And I mean,
Well,
it's another complexity, and I don't know how significant it is relative to what we're talking about.
there can be the indirect influence of the pumping that relates to the transfer of the mass to different locations. It can move it down, it can move it back to the land as it's applied to recharge it. So the higher the mineral content of the water that's pumped and then applied. But there are innovative solutions that are trying to be developed to encourage more recharge of flood flows in certain areas to offset some of those things. On the subsidence issue, there's some work that we're doing. It's in draft at the moment, a report on the whole of California and the occurrence of subsidence and the causes and the impacts. And so we're looking at the collection of all data, historical and some of the more recent work that's been done by the USGS, and where that's occurring and the implications. And there's a lot about data needs. Data needs there are very lacking. It's very much siloed information. There's not a continuity of how it's being synthesized.
Question. Bob brought up the issue of how long is this sustainable. Do you have any rough estimate of how much of the salt coming into the valley is being brought in waters coming, State Water Project waters coming through the Delta?
Not directly. So we looked at the water quality data, surface water quality data available for all of the surface waters represented within the CVHM model and that are computed within the warmth domain. So in that way, they're included in the computations. I don't know off the top of my head for the Delta specifically.
Thank you. Any further questions or comments?
Okay, so I'm going to pick it up from here and talk about an additional project that is ongoing, as we refer to, call it the S-SALTS project, referring to Strategic Salt Accumulation Land and Transport Study. And again, on our timeline, we've been talking in the upper part of the graph, and Vicki was talking about conceptual model development. Now this one focuses on another important element of the SNMP, which will be to ultimately lay out implementation measures for the management of salt and nitrate into the future. This particular project focuses on salt management and opportunities. Again, just grounding slides. As I said, this feeds into one of the key components for the SNMP. It is the first part of this effort to develop these implementation measures. We are just completed phase 1, and phase 2 and 3 are soon to begin. And there's some anticipated work later into 2015. All right, so what is the project all about? And on the top of the slide there is really probably the simplest way to say, and this project is looking at how do we dispose of salt. And if you wanted to make a longer line up there at the top, you would say, how do we dispose of salt in a sustainable manner well into the future? So this project begins the process of looking at what is it we're doing and what can we do better so that we can look at sustainable management well into the future. So the first part of the project focuses on the question of how is salt managed now? And I'll explain in a moment how we are looking at that question. Then how do we want to look at it in the future? So a subsequent phase of the project will focus on a future scenario and what are some alternatives for managing salt to some date into the future. But once we determine the how, we come up with implementation measures that make sense, they are preferred, they provide opportunity for sustainable management, then the question turns more to a policy question, and that is, if we were to implement this well into the future, how is what we do from a policy and regulatory standpoint support that implementation alternative? So how do we put the how into practice? And that will be a later discussion that will happen after this project is complete. As I said, there are 3 phases. The first phase is a part, and I said it's complete, but I probably better said all but complete. We're very close to wrapping up the report for this. And in this particular part, phase 1, we are characterizing existing salt accumulation study areas. This is a way of saying we're looking at representative areas and looking at how salt is managed now. This gives us information as to what are different alternatives being used by various entities to comply right now with existing regulations. So we use this as an approach to develop baseline information on different methods for salt management. As part of this study, we're also going to be doing, or have been done, a screening level analysis of the sustainability of those methods using a set of factors which I'll describe in a moment. Subsequent phases then take that information and start using it to first develop alternatives. So phase 2 is we said strategies here. Phase 2 is about developing salt management strategies, but you can think of them like an alternative type analysis, where the first step is what are the alternatives for the future. We plan to look at a combination, first looking at in-valley. What if we kept the salt in the valley? How would we manage salt within the Central Valley? Look at out-of-valley alternatives, look at what are options for moving the salt out of the valley. And then there's certainly going to be potentially hybrid or combination type approaches where you might do a little bit of both. Phase 3 is the actual analysis of the alternatives, and there we, of course, work through the policy process of what are some feasibility criteria for evaluating alternatives. And what we want to come out of this is a list of prioritized acceptable salt disposal alternatives for potential incorporation into the salt nitrate management plan. This figure is simply to illustrate a point, and I don't know if it's been said yet, but a lot of the work that goes on is meant to work collaboratively with other technical projects. So while we have our work that we're doing under the implementation planning right now to look at salt management alternatives, we interact with projects that Vicki, for example, just described, the initial conceptual model. They've generated a foundational amount of data in the form of IAZs throughout the entire Central Valley floor. We can use that information in certain ways in looking at existing salt management practices, and potentially later when we start looking at alternatives, evaluating the feasibility. We also have had other work going on for quite a while now, developing a geographic information system that is, again, a foundation for all of CV Salt's work, and we can interact and use those data to support this as well. So let's talk about phase 1. Phase 1, as I indicated, is to look at so-called study areas that are considered to be representative of the types of salt management practices that are ongoing right now. And in this effort, what we're looking at is to essentially, it's not to say one is a good practice or a bad practice, but to evaluate them and see what's working best and what are some things that, given, if you look at it from a sustainability standpoint, they may work now. They work well in a situation that is useful, but if you look at it out 50 years, for example, and you kept doing that same practice, are there potential concerns or obstacles or barriers to doing that? And by developing this information, again, that we can feed into phases 2 and 3, which allow us to develop alternatives for the future and evaluate those alternatives. This table here is a summary of the phase study areas. There's 10 of them that we're using as a characterization of salt management practices. They are purposefully diverse in that we have ones that represent different areas of the Central Valley to provide a geographical perspective. This will be important later because if we look at alternatives for the future, we want to see where they're actually viable. Some alternatives may be useful in some parts of the valley, but not particularly viable in other parts of the Central Valley. So we need to take that into account ultimately in analysis. We may find that they work well everywhere, but we want to have a geographic focus. On the right-hand column there, we also wanted to divide up into different types of sectors, looking at municipal situations, industrial situations, and of course, agriculture. This figure is simply to show, graphically, this is the location of the various study areas, but also to illustrate one other point, and that they range difference in size. Some are very small. They're focused on a POTW, a wastewater discharge, looking at how a particular city, for example, Dixon or the city of Tracy are two examples of how they're managing salt within their communities. Other situations are for large agricultural areas, and how are they looking at opportunities for managing salt. In the end, phase 1 is to get us to the point where we can look at what other entities are doing and evaluate the sustainability of those practices, and frankly, to the extent that we can, given the data that are available. To do this, we generated 7 factors for evaluating sustainability, and in the end, we scored them for each of the sites to give a relative evaluation of their sustainability based on definitions and criteria. And the point of the evaluation is not, again, to decide if something is a good practice or a bad practice, but what we need to know is something working well versus something is working fine now, but it might not work well into the future, because those are things that might not be as applicable into the future. We also identify obstacles. We look for opportunities for practices that might be used in one place and they're not being used elsewhere, but if they were cross-applied in different places, they may have value. And again, I've already mentioned the need here to look at this, looking at different sectors and different geographies. This table and the next slide are to summarize the sustainability analysis factors that have been used in phase 1. It's simplified from the report in that we did not include all the information of the different scoring factors, but let me take a moment and explain the picture. On the left side, we have the factors. These are 4 of the 7 factors that have been used so far to evaluate sustainability. So we're looking at the implementability of the salt disposal method. And this is more of a technological question. Is it something that is engineeringly feasible? It's something you can do. It's proven technology versus something that may not be as proven and something that may be infeasible or it's just not working. Capacity is important. If you keep doing what you're doing at that location to the extent that we have data available, an evaluation of what would continue over a 50-year period, can you keep doing that at that location? Regulatory challenges focuses more on the permitting side and to some degree CEQA, NEPA type analyses, things that would have to be completed to allow the type of management practice to continue. Is it something that's difficult to do or not? And then institutional requirements is more of a function of how easy is it to implement from a more of a jurisdictional group type aspect with a bias, as it says there, towards projects or methods that, methods that involve fewer entities or less complex are probably easier to implement in the long run than something that is very complicated, requires a lot of different participants. The scoring 4 is the higher score. It's a positive score in the sense that, for example, implementability is doing something that is proven. It can work. You can take it over someplace else. It's good. On the low scale, the number 1 indicates there may be some issues or concerns with that particular factor. And then you can get a score of a 2 or 3. We just don't show that on the graph. These are the rest of the factors that were used. Indicated there were 7. The other 3 are costs, environmental issues, and public acceptance. Some of these are qualitative in the sense that they're an opinion based on what we know of the area and the practices that are occurring, but they are still evaluated because they will be important if you decide you want to apply something in a different place. Environmental is separated from regulatory, and that regulatory is more about the permitting aspect. The environmental element here is more looking at what I would call the more unintended consequences of a practice. For example, if you're trucking salt and you start doing that everywhere all the time, you're going to increase your carbon footprint, you're going to have some potential air quality issues, other things that we don't often think about. We're focused on water, but we have to look at other media that are also impacted by that particular activity. So in the end, we took that information and now have finalizing a report that looks at what are the best alternatives out there that are going on based on these 10 study areas. In phase 2, we will use that knowledge as first the baseline now information of where we start with looking at alternatives for the future. Some we may look at and say this is not something we would recommend moving forward with or recommending that be done in other places. Others we may carry forward as they are working well in their particular situation. Part of phase 2 is, again, not just to develop the alternatives, whether they're in valley, out of valley, or some combination, but also to describe institutional, economic, regulatory considerations, all the factors that come into play when you evaluate whether something can be implemented into the future. Phase 3 then is the actual evaluation of the alternatives, where we actually develop the evaluation criteria and decide as collectively what makes sense and as a prioritized list of the types of implementation measures that could be included in the SNMP. Obviously, as we're moving more towards phase 3, we're getting increasingly into policy type decisions. And so this is a good example of a project where we interact a lot with the policy committee to get their input along the way.
But before you go further
Yes.
into the ag zone mapping, and ask you to gaze in a crystal ball a bit, see if you agree with me or not. Looking at the technologies out there being developed now, it would appear that we can do it, but cost in an environmentally acceptable manner. The cost becomes the major issue. So the question comes, what innovations can be made, what advancements can be made to be able to do it so it is economically feasible? Is that a true or not so true statement?
I would say that's generally a true statement. Unfortunately, we have 7 factors, but unfortunately, cost will be one of the big drivers. You're right. Technologically, you can probably get rid of the salt.
And Jeannie, as they go forward on this, and are they in contact with Jose Faria? I know he's supposed to be tuning in when we have our meetings, but I'm not sure that he does.
Jose is very familiar with this, and he's one of their contacts when they're reviewing some of the various alternatives.
And I mentioned Jose Faria because he's running the salt research for DWR. And he's looking at some, right now, there's some really interesting solar work coming out of UC Merced. There's the work that's being done by the, what's their name? They're out of Golden, Colorado, not Clear Sky, Blue Sky, whatever their name is, that is reclaiming salts and making useful products out of. But once again, the cost becomes, these may not entirely reclaim costs, but what's the marginal cost left then? And I see that as the driver. One other thing, just last thing, when about 5 years ago, roughly, when the Howitt study was done for this project, and of course they were looking at economics out 30 years or so, 25, 30 years. A result that was mentioned but was not part of the report to the best of my knowledge, but Dick Howitt mentioned it to me, and he's working with Jay Lund on this, was that if there were a Delta facility of some sort, that basically we would be close to a balance on salt coming in, going out of the valley. Now, I don't know to what extent that's true, because we know the San Joaquin, the Tulare Lake Basin's a closed basin, but, and I think they ran that on Calvin, but I'm not sure of the model. Whatever their model was that they ran it on. It would be interesting to know in a big general sense what that is.
Actually, there's a graphic of that that's coming out in the new Chapter 19 in the California Water Plan, the salt management, resource management strategy. It's one of the things that was
I should have
evaluated and
I should have looked at
looked
that.
at. It's just very general, but it's certainly much better than it looks today.
Oh, okay.
And what do you mean by a Delta facility, Carl?
Whether it's tunnels or peripheral canal,
Oh, one of the,
something that doesn't pick up salt flux. Presumably, it couldn't be a through delta facility because that picks up salt flux. So, I think that would be interesting data. But the other part of that is we also add salts through irrigation practices, primarily gypsum on sodium-bound soils. The work being done by the Blue Sky, the folks out of Colorado, Blue Sky. They can drop gyp out, and what's the economics of that? If we started recycling some of these products that we bring into the valley on a large scale, I think that would be an interesting part of the analysis.
Thank you, Carl. And that's certainly, when we get to the phase 2 and start developing other alternatives that are not being done now, those are all very relevant things to look at. And I did look back at my partner who's sitting back here, Tom Quasabarth. He has been in touch with DWR, so we've had that connection. So,
Thank you.
all right.
And any other questions or comments? Okay, we're going to learn about ag zone mapping, huh?
Yes, very quickly. This is a project that began this past year. We call it the Agricultural Zone Mapping Project. In our continuing timeline that I keep bringing up, this particular project is still considered a data development project, in that we have been tasking a team to pull together additional information to provide information on how crops are grown, essentially, and where they're grown, and probably the better way to say it, throughout the Central Valley. And the purpose behind this is to get a better understanding of crop zones, so to speak, or the potential to look at the landscape and see if you can designate or delineate areas where you have different types of crops grown. This becomes very important when you start looking at protection of the AGR beneficial use for irrigated agriculture. And to date, it's been a compilation exercise of pulling together a variety of types of data. I'll show you the 6 key types on the top of this slide here, things like crop cover and salt sensitivity, irrigation sources, climate, soils, and the like. But the goal ultimately, and it's still being discussed, we're kind of at a pause in the project now because we have compiled the data. Now we're looking at how to best use the data, looking at potentially the means to develop tools for evaluating more on a local level or in a delineated area of some type of what would be the minimum requirements to protect AGR in that area from an applied water perspective. So how much salinity what would be the limits for salinity in that water? What I wanted to do today is just very briefly show you a few of these products. They are not being used yet, but they're being actually developing such a delineation tool yet. But what they are being very valuable for are the ongoing policy discussions with regards of how to best protect AGR going into the future. And it's very helpful to have real data to look at versus thinking of things in the abstract. And what I'm going to do is provide some of the work products and just show you some illustrations here and make a couple points about potential delineation, but also some of the challenges with that. This figure here shows the crop production in or the pattern or diversity, different words you could use, in the Central Valley. And there's 81 different colored boxes in that figure. And as you can see, it is a very diverse, different types of agriculture throughout the Central Valley. I'm going to hone in on the upper a couple areas, first in this upper portion where this bright blue is, and then come down here to around Modesto, and just to highlight a little bit finer details so you can see things more closely. In the upper area, this isn't, of course, mostly a rice-grown area. It's what the blue represents in this area, but also kind of purplish colors. There's a darker purple and a lighter purple. These are areas mostly of almonds and walnuts. So in this particular area of the Central Valley, you have 3 primary crops. There are a lot of others in there, because you can see the legend there, but they tend to be very small in terms of their coverage. But you have some areas that are fairly homogeneous in terms of the types of crops grown, and some areas that are not so homogeneous. If you take, what's been useful is by generating the GIS information to produce these kinds of maps, you can now attach attributes to these different crop types, because each one of them has a salinity requirement, or a tolerance, maybe the better way to say it. And so now you can recraft the images to now look at, if we need to look at it from a protection standpoint, what is the salinity tolerance for these different types of crops? And you go from 81 categories and you start breaking it down into something much simpler to look at. And in this case, we have 5 categories shown with the exact same information we had before, but now looked at it from a salinity tolerance standpoint, and they're broken out by sensitivity. And so the bright orange these are considered sensitive crops to applied to salinity when you apply it. The lighter shade of orange is a moderately sensitive crop. Light green is a moderately tolerant, and green is tolerant. There are some areas where we have no data. It could be a lack of information on the cropping in that area. It could also be a lack of information on the tolerance. For this project, the tolerance data came from the literature. There's been work done over many years, and there's a lot of information out there. Most cases, we could come up with a tolerance understanding relative to the crop type. Some cases, we had to do best professional judgment based on similar types of crops. But if you look at this, again, you can see that you could draw out maybe in the upper portion of this area, the bright orange. It's commingled, interesting, with sensitive versus moderately tolerant crops kind of mixed together. But you'd have to, obviously, in that area, protect the more sensitive crops. While in other areas, you have much more homogeneity in that you have the lighter shade of orange, a lot of moderately sensitive area with some green mixed in. There, the more sensitive would be the moderately sensitive crops. Moving south, just to show a different area, different perspective. This is the down near Modesto, and the area in here, again, we have the same color patterns, the same legend, but if you, for example, ignore the blue lines for a minute, you could see that right here I'm trying to draw with the mouse, you could have an area right in there which is almost entirely green or light brown versus some of these other areas which are heavily dense with orange. So you could potentially delineate different areas. How practical that is still under discussion. So it hasn't been done yet, but it's something we're talking about right now. And that's all I wanted to say about the ag zone mapping. I'll stop there and take any quick questions on that if there are any.
Any questions from board members? Let's go.
Okay, then I'm going to close out with a few quick slides. One of the things we wanted to get across today as part of this presentation is the interaction of policy and technical work. There's a regular monthly meetings that go on the policy side. There's also regular work going on the technical side. And one of the keys to success and to make this process work is to have the two interacting closely together. The policy group dictates the technical work that needs to be done. And so policy questions are asked. What do we know about this? Work is directed to the technical group, and we get the technical project underway and executed. And then at that point, things do not go off in parallel and people don't talk to each other. We have a process in place where we have regular reviews, and it's not uncommon for a project on the technical side to stop because we need input from the policy committee because a question has come up and we need that kind of direction. Vice versa, sometimes the technical folks need input from the policy people. They need to make a decision of how they're going to look at data. This causes a back and forth interchange to go on, which can add time to the overall process of a project because we have to have time for that discussion. How often that occurs depends on the complexity of the project typically, but in the end we end up with a product that we bring back to the policy group, which then IDs potentially additional work that are recommendations out of the study, which then starts the cycle all over again, directing new work. A lot of the recommendations that come out of technical projects may not be acted on simply because they are interesting research questions, but not necessary for the SNMP. So there has to be a filtering process that goes on to decide how can we best use the resources moving forward. At the same time, there are other technical projects, so we also have that interplay going on. Best example of this most recently has been the ongoing work in the conceptual model. There has been a constant back and forth working with the policy committee to make sure that what we're doing there, because it is providing the majority of the data that will feed into the SNMP and provide the technical foundation to be sure that we have the right kinds of information to have a successful document when we bring that to you. And then the interplay occurs with the other projects as we move along. So to close on the technical side, 2013 was a very active year on technical projects. 2014, I've circled here on this figure. You can see there's plenty more to do. We will be getting the conceptual model moving along in phase 2. We have other projects we didn't even talk about today that will be at various stages of completion. And of course, the assaults we mentioned will be moving into phases 2 and 3 during 2014. And I'll stop there.
Any questions? Budget and timeline?
At this point, what we'd like to do is bring up a couple of the stakeholders. I'm sure you've seen them before. We have David Corey and we have Debbie Webster. And they'll be talking a little bit about the stakeholder commitment, budget, and timeline that we're anticipating at this point.
At this point in time, let's do a 5-minute break, 5-minute recess. Board members are all here, so you can go ahead and start, Jeannie.
Okay. Vice Chair Moffett and members of the board. Oh,
Thank you, David. I appreciate that. You know,
well, if you're not there, I'm not going to address you. That's all
I know
have to
that,
say.
and I remember a meeting where you took particular pleasure because you had the gavel. So that was
That's true. So I just was, at the moment is David Corey, by the way, representing the San Joaquin Valley Salinity Coalition. I'm chair of the Salinity Coalition. I tried to get dubbed the president or supreme leader, but those titles didn't stick, so I'm just stuck with the chair, I think. It's been a long day.
I
know you have
to you as the president.
It's been a long day, and I think we're at the end of this presentation, so we'll try and do fairly quick. But I wanted to dovetail a little bit off of what Richard's presentation. He talked about the work that's being done in the policy session of CV Salts and the technical committee sessions, groups. So there's different groups in CV Salts, and it gets rather confusing to keep track of them all. The Salinity Coalition is a subgroup of CV Salts that is formed by a bunch of very committed and diverse stakeholders who are really interested in trying to make sure that this process gets accomplished and we come up with a comprehensive salt and nitrate management plan. This particular group, which is listed up here on the screen, is mainly POTWs, ag folks, ag processors. We're all committed to not only seeing the success of it, but we're also helping fund this project. We get cleanup and abatement monies, but these are the group of folks who are giving their own resources and money to help fund the ongoing work that we're doing. There's buy-in fees to come into the coalition, and then we have annual dues on top of that. The dues we recently just doubled to try and keep up with the costs and the expenses that Debbie's going to go over in here in a little bit to show what we're spending on this. But it's an enormous commitment on the part of all of these stakeholders and everyone in the whole process, not just the Salinity Coalition.
And what are the annual dues now?
Well, they're $20,000 a year at this point. They were $10,000 a year. The buy-ins, I think, $35,000 to buy in for the initial contribution, and it has been $10,000. We just raised it to $20,000. And really, what we do is we try and figure out what we need, and we match that. Now, on top of that, there's also special projects in which we'll contribute above and beyond that to fund particular projects that need to get funded. So that doesn't really tell you the total of what we're spending. And, we see this as a long-term commitment. And again, the funding part of it in terms of those dues, that's a sliver of really what we're investing in this process. Because right now you can see the list of people. When we first started this process back in, I don't know, I hate to say how far, when was it, 2009? Even before that, there were 4 of us on the Salinity Coalition. The executive committee meetings were much smaller than they are now. Now, there's standing room only in both the executive committee policy sessions and in the Salinity Coalition meetings. A lot more people are involved, more people are joining all the time, more groups are joining all the time. And again, the staff resources and the cost and the expense to keep up with these issues. You just sat through the technical projects and just a thumbnail of those. You understand what it takes to try and stay on top of this. And on top of that, there's all of the policy implications that we discuss in the policy sessions, which are just as thick and complex and difficult to deal with as those technical issues. And when you look at them and they combine together and you have policy and technical that work together and you have to understand how they interrelate, it's a huge commitment. So
David, who's not on this list that should be?
Anyone who's not on the list, actually. Everyone should, salts touch everybody. We've reached out, and actually, I think a new member who I think hasn't quite joined is Northern California Water Users Association, I believe, just committed to join. I don't think they're on this list yet, but I believe they've committed to fund. They've given us some money and made a commitment to continue to join. We're always seeking other folks to be a party of it, and I don't.
And the thought has been that Metropolitan distributes water, comes through the valley, can pick up salt, and they've been asked to join.
Right.
So this is quite long, John, of those who should be
Yeah,
on
well,
the list.
and one of the things it struck was yesterday you had a particular request of a particular industry group we focused on yesterday, and I don't see them on here, either the oil and gas guys.
That's right. They're another one.
Well, thank you for that,
bringing
Carl.
up.
Yeah, I appreciate, that makes sense. There are a lot of different, salts, this whole issue impacts all sectors of business and society. So we all have a stake in this outcome and how we manage it and come up with a comprehensive and a rational process of how we deal with nitrates, how we deal with salts in a way that's sustainable. So again, we're working to fund this, to come up in a way that comes out with a comprehensive, successful salt and nutrient management plan. We're going to do that. We certainly are going to come up with a plan. There are going to be continuing to be work done on this for many years to come. But the work we're doing right now is going to form the basis for that. And I feel very positive about it. And I think we're getting a good group together. We can always get more to join and help fund this and help guide this in a path that works for everybody. So with that being said, unless there's more questions, I'll pass it off to Debbie to talk a little bit more about the budgets, timelines.
Okay, so I'm going to go a little bit more in depth on what we have spent, where the money's coming from, and that kind of tells you how we funded some of these efforts that are out there. And to start out, you're going to see a lot of tables. They are in your package. So I'm not going to try to go item by item and tell you the numbers because it would be near to impossible, and I can't even see it from here. But this is the work plan budget that we started out with as an $8.5 million project in order to develop the salt and nutrient management plan and the basin plan amendment. And we've divided this into different sections. The orange basically shows our different parts of our project is the project management and policy development. Our green is the technical and conceptual studies. The red is our implementation planning, kind of what we can do and where. The blue is for the basin planning and development and documentation. And that last, I'm going to call it brown from here, reddish brown, that's the implementation. Right now, that's just a zero number because those aren't included in that $8.5 million. Now, we were given $5 million of seed money from the cleanup and abatement account, which is not completely spent yet, but a portion has been spent. This table will show where those monies went to, but it also shows where the Salinity Coalition, the money that we pay to the coalition, then the coalition pays to the project, where there's been matching money there, and then where there's also been direct stakeholder involvement that doesn't funnel through the coalition is in that last line. And that's when you have these extra contributions that David just talked about. As we look through on this cost share summary, what I would like to highlight to you here is that not only is there the $8.5 million for the work plan, but there's another $14 million of contributions that have gone in from stakeholders in order to develop some of the background information and support of the CV Salts project. So some of them have been incorporated in the S-Salts project that was talked about. Some of this money is to help with technical and policy support. But these are additional monies. These are not monies that come from permit compliance cost. And so we have underestimated the permit compliance cost at this point, and we know it's at least $38 million to date. So underestimated. I will tell you, my industry probably we've only captured 5% of the cost in what we've been able to document. So this is a very costly project, but as David said, you see a strong stakeholder commitment. And that bottom line that you see across there basically is showing you the proportion of the overall costs that you've seen on these last years that have come from stakeholders.
Debbie, can you maybe give me a little more on that underestimated cost? I got lost as to what you're trying to say.
So when we totaled the cost, now I'm going to just talk for POTWs, for example. We have 2 or 3 POTWs that have said, well, this is what I've had to do in order to do some pollution prevention or assessment as to where my salts are coming from, and go out and take different actions, whether it's outreach, whether it's changing chemicals, whether it's trying to put in water softeners, those type of efforts that we have on our influence side. We have there's 3 POTWs in there that are included in the cost of that. I can tell you there's over 20 POTWs that have instigated that. So those haven't been in there, and those dollar costs are there. We've had POTWs that have changed their water supply in order to lower their salts. Those costs are not captured. So there's a lot of money that have gone towards compliance with salinity objectives already that just are not captured there. Okay, I just want to make sure that we can go on from here. So this actually, it's taking those two tables that you saw. This is basically how the cumulative contributions that we've had to date on this project. And what you're seeing in purple is cleanup and abatement account monies that were contributed. But and the green is stakeholders that contributions that are not going through the Salinity Coalition, but direct funding either through their support of projects for the work plan or their supports that have helped us develop different prototypes and archetypes and other efforts. And then on the bottom, you're seeing those direct coalition, those dues funds that are coming in. And so when David said that it's a small portion, you can see it's a small portion of the overall if you put together the blue and the, excuse me, not the blue, the green and the orange together. Those are your stakeholder contributions. Most importantly, I think, and very important in this, is that the salt and nutrient management plan, when we're anticipating the development of that is going to completely comply with the recycled water policy. And the CV salts will hit all the required elements within the recycled water policy. And ultimately, the additional information that we're gathering through CV salts, those are going to not only give us the policy and the management plan, but they're also going to inform the practices that we're going to use to manage salts. Let me make sure I do that. So what we're looking for as part of the outcome is that we will have a salt and nutrient management plan. Again, we talked earlier about the plan within a plan. We're doing these conceptual models on big scales, trying to truth them on smaller scales with the anticipation that there is more area-specific needs, data that's going to need to be developed. And to address your question about lack of data, that, you know, what are you going to need to get the right type of information to get the right answers? And so we recognize this at this point, but the process that we've set in place will give us a mechanism to get there, and that's what's really important about that. But a second very important aspect is that through this process, we are looking for ways to facilitate the ability to provide safe drinking water to those communities that are already having problems with their salt and nitrates. And that's part of the project and part of the goals that we have with this project. So I hope that at least through this overview, we've been able to show you that we are moving diligently forward. You can see that our technical, and as what's talked about before, the technical work, which is in the green and kind of reddish areas, we expect to be finished with that by the end of 2015. We will then start moving towards finalizing that salt and nutrient management plan, which then comes to you again, to the board. And then after that, start working on we'll start the basin planning portions before then, but have a final basin plan amendment by 2018. And I would be happy to answer any questions that you might have on the financial or what we've covered before we pass the phone back, the mic back to the phone, to Jeannie.
So when you were addressing costs at the onset of your presentation, you were talking about the costs incurred by dischargers and others are having to address salinity management costs as opposed to additional costs for developing the plant itself. Am I correct?
Okay, so there's two aspects of it. When we talked about the $8.5 million,
Right.
that is just to develop the plan itself.
Right, I understand.
The additional amounts either actually help to develop the plan through technical, legal processes, or things that we didn't say, okay, we want these things up front. We want, but we're testing out these management practices, or we're gonna pilot something that then comes to inform CV salts, and that's the other portion. That's where a lot of that 14 million is coming from.
Okay, understand now. Thank you. Are there any questions or comments on the financial costs? It's expensive.
Very.
If I could chime in just a moment. If any of you are not slightly confused by CV salts, you should get some sort of gold star because it really is, it's complex. It's very difficult to articulate the breadth of what we're doing in even the number of sittings we've had here. So I just encourage you, if you do have questions, to, get with Jeannie or with Pamela or Carl. They all know it very well.
Not
If you wanna-
me. My eyes are glazed over at this point.
if you want to reach out to the stakeholders, we're certainly willing to talk with you offline, but there's, I don't expect we can answer all your questions today. You should have a lot of them because it is very complicated technically and policy-wise.
And I know Jeannie's not wrapped up yet, and I was going to have a couple comments at the end, but right, there are a lot of questions, but this was a very deep dive into sort of the technical of what you're doing, and on one hand it was fascinating, on the other hand it was overwhelming, and so I think I will have follow-up questions for Jeannie, and I appreciate that offer, but
Well, yeah, you're absolutely right, John. I think that, in fact, I for once want to talk to Vicky, but that's more my own professional interest, wanting to get a handle on it, because a lot of this stuff, I think it'll be more understandable a year or two from now, as you shake out some of the answers. You can put up some good charts that show what is what and what is where, rather than in this phase. And when you get into the modeling, and you're using warm F for shallow, and what are you doing for deep groundwater, mod flow or whatever. And, that stuff is very technical and not necessarily something this board member has to know to make a decision. And as was pointed out, the two streams, one's the technical stream and the other's the policy stream. And I think what goes on in the executive committee is more in line with what this board really needs to be informed on, because, we're interested in policy, and that's really what's going on there. Of course, you need the technical part to get the program done, but that's where you have people like Vicky who can do the deep dive.
Yeah, and there are policy issues embedded in the technical work, and that's where it comes back and forth.
And
like
Richard, let me
said. Yeah,
not
and Richard.
forget Richard on the.
I just want to take a moment to talk about Jeannie's expertise in this. When you listen to her presentations at the scoping meetings, and I think she gave a 2-hour presentation with, I don't know how many slides, were they 180 or something? I don't know. I mean, incredible. She spoke for, I think, 2 hours at 3 or 4 different scoping meetings throughout the state. And I've been involved in CV salts from the beginning, been at almost every policy meeting and most of the technical meetings. I learned something from that presentation. I mean, she puts it together in a way that you can look at it from the broad perspective and understand how it all fits together. So she's done a really good job at being able to capsule that in a short
And
2 hours.
We've heard that feedback.
So, yeah.
Dr.
Carl.
Longley,
Yes.
I didn't know, I was confused, you're right, David. I didn't know whether to be depressed by the magnitude, the complexity, the difficulty, or just the importance of this task, or to be inspired by the hard work, commitment, and dedication that you and so many others have shown on it. And it is like a critical task to try and find a solution to, and a long-term sustainable solution. So I greatly appreciate your efforts.
Dr. Longley, if I can I do have to say this because so much of this focused on the salt issue, which is it's just not solvable by putting a bunch of treatment units out there. And it's hard to define with so little data. But I want to make it really clear to the board that this effort will also address our polluted groundwater basins for nitrate as a management plan. And it will lay forth an implementation plan that specifically says how we're going to address that issue. And that's part of what Jeannie was saying earlier when Tim Moore came earlier this year to talk about alternative strategies. I want to make it clear, and we got to make it clear in our presentation to the state board, this isn't just about facilitating drinking water. It's about a plan that will outline how we're going to address polluted groundwater for nitrates and salts where we identify that they truly are polluted with salts. So I need to make that really clear to this board, because all of our irrigated lands and dairy orders and everything else are all about controlling current sources, The issue of addressing legacy and ongoing pollution problems will be through CV salts. I want to make that really clear to this board.
And every time we have a workshop or a hearing on a general order for irrigated lands program, although I didn't hear it quite as much today as we typically hear at other times, it's pointed out that CV Salts is doing that part of the irrigated lands program, or the dairy program, if you will. And what Pamela says is so right on, that's something that we have to be aware of. This is not an isolated effort. In no sense of the word is it an isolated effort. It's a critical component to our overall mission. And
I just want to point out, the stakeholders do understand that as well, Tamala. You know that, okay.
And also following up on what Bob said, when this effort kicked off about January 31st of 2006, that was in a meeting, joint meeting, state board and Tam's not here right now, but she was chairing that meeting, being co-chaired with Bob. After that, the first really big meeting started to occur, and the stakeholders came to that meeting, and they didn't really know what was happening. And it wasn't for probably a couple of years before we really got the process on track. And it's the meetings we have today are nothing at all like those first meetings. The whole tone has changed. These people are hardworking. These people are focused. These people are dedicated, and that's what's has come about. And to that, I have to give a lot of credit to Pamela. So, no, it's a very inspiring effort to watch. So, are we going to do the last part?
All right. Thank you for all of that. And actually, Chair Schneider, I do want to mention I was doing all the sequoscoping meetings in October, and one of the most interesting questions or comments that we received was one of the people that came to the first meeting. And she just looked at me and she said, every line on every slide could be a whole meeting. And I have no idea how I can even start formulating a comment to some of these issues. And it's true. It's so all-encompassing, and we are covering so many levels and hitting every program that not only this organization but other organizations deal with. So it is complicated, and I do very much appreciate the support the board's shown and all the stakeholders as well. But now let us end this item. We're here on the work plan, and I just want to reemphasize some of the things that Debbie mentioned, and also that Richard and Vicki had brought up, especially Richard, is we're kind of right in the middle of quite a bit of our work. We're just coming to the end of quite a few of the technical studies, and we actually see quite a few more of them ending in 2014 and finishing by 2015, which will give us that solid foundation to really spend a year pulling all the different pieces together, the policy, the technical pieces, and putting together a plan. Unfortunately, that doesn't line up very well with the current recycled water policy deadline, unless the board decides that we have shown that we've made substantial progress towards developing this plan and is willing to provide a 2-year extension. So what you have before you to consider, and what staff is recommending, is to approve a resolution to extend the completion date of the Central Valley Salt and Nitrate Management Plan to 2016 based on the demonstration of substantial progress. And that resolution should be in your agenda packet, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
It's pages 10 through 12 in the agenda packet under item 20, and we will be considering that and voting upon it today. So if you could look at that item, and if you have any comments on it, and if I personally believe that this project, this effort meets the criteria for the extension, and I support this. If somebody else feels the same way, I'll certainly accept a motion.
Given that Carl, I think, reminded me that I chaired with Pam Dodek the original meeting for this many years ago, I'd like to make the motion to extend this hard work for another 2 years.
I'll second that.
Has been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion?
No, I just want to, I didn't, when Richard and Vicky were up, I didn't get to say thank you for the whole, all the information and the hard work that's obviously getting put into this, so thank you.
Very good. If there's no further discussion, we'll go ahead and vote on this. All in favor of the resolution, say so by saying aye. Opposed, say no. I ought to say no. Abstentions, no abstentions. We will, this has been approved unanimously, and let the record so reflect. Want to thank all of you for a great job. We are now ready to take item 21 on the agenda, and we'll bring that up in about 1 minute.
Item 19.
19.
19, I'm sorry. I jumped ahead one. We'll bring that in 1 minute, yeah. One, two, three. We got enough people here. Okay, we're back in session. This is item 19 on the agenda. At this time, staff will present an update on the Central Valley Water Board's groundwater strategy. This is an information item only, and no action will be taken, although the board may ask questions. Following the presentation, interested parties will be allowed 3 minutes each to address the board. And Pam, it's all yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Longley and members of the board. My name is Pam Buford. I'm a senior environmental scientist in the Fresno office. Today's presentation will be focused on the implementation and a future update of the groundwater quality protection strategy for the Central Valley region, which is a long title, so for the rest of my presentation, I'll refer to it as a strategy. In today's presentation, we'll provide you a background on the strategy, highlights of work completed, a summary of the proposed work for the current and next fiscal year, and an update to the strategy. In your agenda package, there are 3 documents which we'll provide an overview of. The first provides a summary of work completed under the 2011 work plan. The second is a work plan for 2013 through 15. And the third, a work plan for updating the strategy. Before providing detail on these documents, we'd like to provide you a brief overview of the August 2010 groundwater quality protection strategy. There were 2 main issues that were the impetus for developing the strategy: the degradation of some drinking water sources and communication needs. Prior to the UC Davis nitrate report, several studies were completed by the State Water Board's Groundwater Ambient Monitoring and Assessment Program, or GAMA, in many areas of the Central Valley. one particular study of domestic wells in Tulare County found high concentrations of nitrates. There was also a recognized need to communicate to users of groundwater what was being done to protect groundwater quality. And through communication, we're also able to identify partnerships. This led to the Central Valley Water Board's adoption of a December 2008 resolution in support of developing the groundwater quality protection strategy through an active stakeholder process. The strategy development identified what the Central Valley Water Board was doing to protect groundwater quality, where the board could move into the future to protect its existing programs, to improve its existing programs, and equally important, where the board could better coordinate with other agencies and organizations to improve groundwater quality protection and leverage limited resources. Staff workshops were held throughout the Central Valley to assist in developing the strategy. A draft strategy was distributed to stakeholders to solicit feedback and included 4 stakeholder workshops. These workshops were well attended by over 220 stakeholders. Oral and written comments were reviewed and considered for inclusion into the August 2010 strategy that was approved by board resolution at their September 2010 meeting. The strategy identified 15 future actions that were needed to protect or improve groundwater quality. These actions were prioritized as high, medium, or low, and following approval of the 2010 strategy, the board directed staff to develop a work plan of high priority actions. The work plan was approved in June 2011, and a progress report was provided to the board in June 2012. The first document in your agenda package provides a summary of the tasks that have been completed. In the following slides, we'll provide some highlights of that work. This table may be a little difficult to read. It is in your agenda package and is the future actions table from the strategy. The 2011 work plan included tasks for high priority actions, CV salts, which you've already heard about, implementing a consistent and scientifically sound groundwater monitoring program, broadening public participation, a groundwater database, implementation of the long-term irrigated lands program, and an update to the waste disposal from land development, and developing methods to reduce the backlog and increase facilities regulated. You'll note that there are 3 actions that are marked as completed. Those include the development of the dairy manure digester general order. Staff participated in the development of the State Water Board's on-site wastewater treatment system policy that met the intent of updating the guidelines for waste disposal, and staff actively coordinated with the State Board in the development of a statewide aquifer storage and recovery policy that the State Board adopted in September 2011. Along with the completed items that were mentioned, there has been progress on all of the high priority actions. The goal of broadening public participation is to ensure that all interested parties have an opportunity to participate in the Central Valley Water Board's decision-making process as it relates to groundwater. However, work completed for this action provides benefits to most board programs. Tasks completed included staff facilitation training and increasing public participation through board hearings, hearing panels, remote workshops, and remote board meetings. Broadening public participation will be an ongoing effort through all board programs. Work towards developing the groundwater database included a staff work group that identified data management needs, reviewed the capabilities of the various statewide databases, and other regional board data management efforts. An issue paper was sent to State Water Board's Office of Information Management and Analysis that recommended the GeoTracker system be modified to incorporate groundwater data. The State Water Board had reached a similar decision. Region 5 will work closely with the State Water Board as we work to modify GeoTracker moves forward. Tasks were identified for the development of the salt and nitrate management plan for the Central Valley region through CV Salts. The timeline for developing this salt and nitrate management plan was longer than the term of the 2011 work plan. And you've already heard about much of the technical work that's been going on over the last couple of years. Over the last several board meetings, you've also heard numerous agenda items related to the implementation of the long-term irrigated lands program. 3 general orders have been adopted, and others have been released for public comment. To assist in reducing the backlog of waste discharge requirements, several tools have been drafted to improve the WDR process, and work on general order for small volume domestic wastewater has been ongoing. Through this focused effort, the backlog has been decreased by approximately 30%. That completes a summary of work to date. Unless you have questions, we'll now discuss the second document in your agenda package, the 2013 work plan. The June 2013 to 15 work plan identifies tasks for the ongoing high priority actions as well as medium priority actions from the strategy. The 2011 work plan recognized that high priority actions, CV Salts, the long-term irrigated lands program, and reducing the backlog on WDRs was work that would not be completed in the 2011 work plan timeframe. The 2013 work plan includes tasks for CV Salts over the next 2 years, includes the remainder of general order adoptions for the long-term irrigated lands program, and includes refining tools and focusing on general order development to continue the reduction of the backlog of WDRs. The other high priority action included in the 2000 work plan is implementing consistent and scientifically sound groundwater monitoring program. This is through the development of white papers by the Groundwater Monitoring Advisory Work Group, a group of volunteer experts. The 2013 work plan also includes tasks to address each of the medium priority actions identified in green. That include coordination with integrated regional water management plan groups, improve local implementation of well design and destruction programs, development of individual and general orders for the poultry and cattle feedlots, coordination with California's Department of Food and Ag to enhance the Fertilizer Research and Education Program, also known as FREP, and reduce site cleanup program backlog, and draft the waiver based on the State Water Board's policy for on-site wastewater treatment systems. Over the next few slides, I'll go into more detail on the tasks required to complete these actions. Prop 50 and Prop 84 incentivize through bond-funded grant programs the formation of regional water management groups and development of integrated regional water management plans. There are 23 of these groups within the Central Valley region. Staff coordination with these groups has been on an informal basis, partly due to limited resources. The 2013 work plan identifies tasks to implement this action. However, with the available resources, only a limited amount of work will be focused on developing an active participation description memo and staff time to review individual IRWM plans. In order to fulfill all of the tasks included in the 2013 work plan, redirection of staff resources from other programs will be needed. Impacts to groundwater quality have been known to occur through improperly designed or installed wells and improperly abandoned wells. Tasks in the 2013 work plan are for initial coordination and identification of methods to improve the administration of the California well standards. The Dairy General Order was the first to address confined animal feeding operations, or CAFOs. It's now time to divert some of the dairy staff resources to expand the CAFO program to address poultry and bovine feedlots. The 2013 work plan identifies tasks to prepare a draft general order for public comment then develop tentative orders for board consideration. Through interagency coordination, staff of the Long-Term Irrigated Lands Program will work with the State Water Board and the California Department of Food and Ag to enhance outreach, education, and research to address impacts from use of nitrogen-based fertilizing materials through the Fertilizer Research and Education Program, or FREP. Within current staff resources, the Site Cleanup Program has begun to review available board cases and other agency case files with a target of reducing their backlog by at least 10%. Cases will be assigned to staff for review and identification of cases needing additional work, or those ready for closure. Identification of cases without files will include preparation of summaries and assignment of further work or removal from GeoTracker as appropriate. In June 2012, the State Water Board adopted the policy for siting, design, operation, and maintenance of on-site wastewater treatment system, or the OTS policy. Our strategy was developed with the intent that interagency coordination and leveraging of resources was critical. Between the time the strategy was approved and the 2011 work plan was developed, the State Water Board initiated its efforts to address the requirements of AB 885 to develop a statewide policy on on-site wastewater treatment systems. Instead of the Central Valley Water Board working on its own guidelines for on-site wastewater treatment, staff participated in the policy development group on the formation of the State Water Board's policy, OTS policy, which met the intent of our original high priority action in the strategy. The 2013 work plan includes tasks to incorporate the OTS policy into both our basin plans for the Central Valley region. This will include public review, a public hearing, State Water Board hearing, and final approval and documentation. Following the adoption of the OTS policy into the basin plans, there will be a second phase of work, which is the implementation of the OTS policy. It will require considerable staff effort, which includes outreach to local agencies, review of local agency management plans known as LAMPs, and regional board regulation of any areas that are not covered by a LAMP. Staff resources will need to be identified or redirected from other regulatory programs to implement the OTS policy. That was a summary of the work proposed for this and the next fiscal year. It is staff's recommendation that the work plan be implemented as presented. A status report to the board would be provided at the beginning of the 2014 fiscal year, which would include recommendations on the reallocation of resources for coordination with the integrated regional water management groups and implementation of the OTS policy. The strategy was developed during 2009 and 10 and approved in September 2010. At the time of approval, it was recognized that this would be an evolving document as work progressed and new issues were identified. With the implementation of the 2013 work plan, the majority of actions identified will have been completed or will be well underway. It may now be time to consider an update to the strategy. In the following slides, we'll present two alternatives. The first, a summary of tasks to complete an update to the strategy. The second is information on the State Water Board's groundwater work plan concept paper and how our region could coordinate with these efforts. The first alternative would be to follow the model we used for development of the 2010 strategy. Summary of tasks would include staff coordination with Region 5 leadership team to develop a list of new and emerging issues to be considered in a public information document. The document would be distributed and stakeholder workshops would be held to obtain feedback and additional information. Following public workshops, staff would draft an updated strategy document that would be distributed for public review and comment. Public comments would be considered and incorporated as appropriate with a revised update or draft update to the groundwater quality protection strategy presented at a board meeting for consideration and approval. Using the 2009-10 efforts, it's estimated that it would require approximately 1,000 personnel hours to complete the work as described. Staff resources to complete the 2010 strategy mainly came from basin planning funds. To complete the update as described would require redirection of basin planning or other program staff. In October, the State Water Board released a discussion draft of a groundwater work plan concept paper. Since October, State Water Board Office of Planning, Research, and Performance, staff, executive management, and state board members have been meeting with stakeholder groups. As I stated earlier, one of the key elements of the groundwater strategy was to leverage resources by coordinating with other agencies. Staff have been in initial discussions with the State Water Board to identify potential areas for coordination. 2 areas already identified would include utilizing the management framework proposed in State Board's concept paper. This would provide a consistent format between statewide and Central Valley strategies. The second area would be to coordinate to utilize the information they've gleaned during focused stakeholder meetings that the State Board already has underway. Staff has provided 2 options to update the strategy. Following the initial strategy, development model is not only staff time intensive, but also requires considerable stakeholder time commitments. Coordination with the State Water Board would provide a statewide consistency and leverage the considerable focused stakeholder efforts that are currently in progress. It is staff's recommendation that the proposed work plan be postponed to allow staff to coordinate with state water boards and report back to the board in the next 6 to 8 months. In summary, we've provided you with the status of work completed from the 2011 work plan, also presented the 2013 work plan for the medium and ongoing high priority actions to be implemented during the current and next fiscal year. And the last item was the update to the groundwater quality protection strategy. At this time, staff would like to solicit direction from the board on staff's recommendation to implement it for implementation of the 2013 strategy and allow time for coordination with State Board on the statewide groundwater work plan. Direction from the board is appreciated, but no formal vote is required.
What I would, by the way, thanks a lot for a very comprehensive presentation. What I would like to understand, if you have some feeling for Pamela possibly, is how well would the state plan, and it's very conceptual now as I understand that it's still in a flux. You know, the state board staff gave the state board one thing, and the state board asked for something else, is my understanding, and as related to me by a state board member, and they haven't resolved all of that yet. If that in fact is true, I really wonder how well at this point in time going with the state board plan might serve groundwater quality in this valley, the protection of it, and also the stakeholders in this valley.
Pam, would you like me to give my input there? I have an opinion on the
I have
discussion.
an opinion too.
Well, actually, my concern is that stakeholders within the Central Valley have put in a lot of time to develop this strategy. We have a work plan for the next 2 years for actions that we still need to work on. State Board has been meeting over just recently, the last month and a half, 2 months, with individual stakeholder groups. I believe that it would be appropriate for us to spend a little bit more time coordinating with State Board to glean some of the information that that they've had with individual stakeholder groups. So we're not going back to those same stakeholder groups and asking the same questions or asking for more of their time until we've kind of worked out, you know, how we can best coordinate with each other and benefit from each other's work.
I can understand that, but from what I've been hearing, I'm not altogether certain that state board staff knows exactly. It's my understanding they have to go back to, that they're redoing their plan, which I understand initially was a very specific plan, and that state board is asking for a more generic plan, and they haven't yet resolved all of those issues.
I think what had happened was that the staff had put together too much of a document. I mean, we put out concept papers and ideas to get feedback and then develop a document. They pretty much had baked the cake, and then we're going back to ask what ingredients should be added to make the cake. So it was backwards, and I think that's what you're hearing from the board members. So they got rid of the cake they baked, and they're back to looking for the ingredients that go into it. And I think I would prefer, my preference,
It was an
Doctor-
ugly, it was an ugly Betty document, in other words.
it was worse than an ugly Betty. But my idea, because having the two documents is sometimes confusing for the public. But I would like to see if we couldn't work with like we did with the Delta strategy, work with the state board so we incorporate our strategy and concepts into there, and we can have additional focus workshops for Central Valley stakeholders. But I would like to investigate this a little more before we just say go ahead with our own effort.
And what I hear from Pam, there's a lot of work to do based upon what we've, for the next year or two, based upon what we already have. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And so we're not losing any time. And you're right, we don't want to be at cross purposes with the state board, and if we can influence the direction they go, that helps us. So, okay.
Are there any identified new tasks that need to be addressed in the near term?
I think there are kind of emerging issues like the Chrome 6 issue. And
That's a good one.
there are definitely other issues that we need to investigate more and get input on.
I mean, it just, if we're gonna work with the state, which is fine, then we should, you know, still need to know that kind of concept of what are the new emerging issues that we feel need to be addressed.
Oh, completely. I would, my vision of it, if we have any influence with, there would be region-specific plans within the statewide plan.
Yeah.
So, and if that's not what they're going to do, then I will come back to you and say, I propose we have an addendum to their plan that just addresses Central Valley issues.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if there's a melding in any way or form. I'm certainly happy to take your recommendation on this. But, you know, I'm trying to think of a simpler process. I mean, to just, you know, our staff identify those issues, maybe have just a half-hour, 1-hour workshop on that so we can get some public input. So we're not just leaving this. You know, that's kind of the preliminary work that we might want to do, but that's kind of the work we might want to do for the state anyway. But, I mean, we don't have, I'm not trying to make work either. There seems to be plenty to do. I just don't want something to drop in the,
I don't think
in-between period or something.
Pam or any of us will let it drop.
Yeah.
You know, I'd like to see what we could do to work with them to have it. I mean, the Delta strategy incorporates Region 2, Region 5, and the state board strategies too, and they were developed by staff. I'm hoping that we can have the same process with the groundwater, and I'm glad that state board stepped back from putting out a final document and has gone back to an issue paper so that we may have more influence over how that document's ultimately developed. I do know when we did our stakeholders, we went throughout the whole Central Valley, so there were 4 or 5.
We had actually 8 total.
8 total workshops. So we traveled around. It was quite resource intensive on our part as well as
Yeah, I think
stakeholder part.
in the initial time around, that's what you're looking at, but that doesn't mean updates to the plan are gonna take that same intensive level of engagement. I think you have a process.
It will be of intense. One of the things that brought everyone out of the woodwork for ours is they thought we were going to start putting limits on how much you could pull out of the ground. which is near and dear to a lot of the farmers' issues and concerns. And I think with the state board effort, they are starting to talk about subsidence issues and quantity as well as quality. So that will bring out a lot of
That's going to be a big issue,
a big
clearly.
issue.
So thank you for all your hard work. And I, it's not a plan till it's written down, and this was written down, and that you have benchmarks and measurable goals, and I appreciate that. Thanks.
All the elements. So I presume that if there's consensus up here that we should follow your recommendation, we should make your recommendation, if you will, endorse your recommendation, that you'll be back to us somewhere around the June meeting.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
providing a progress report of the 2013 work plan. And I would also provide an update on how we might, either how we have been working with State Board and what our next steps should be on updating the strategy.
Okay, we do have, I
Carl?
do have one card
Wait,
here.
Carl, can I just ask a question?
Sure, go ahead.
So I'm actually quite interested in how it's all going to fit together, because from yesterday's State of the Region, we have a lot of work to do. This looks like a whole lot more work, and the resource plan was to pull from other parts of the organization, and so I don't have a great answer right now, but I'm just wondering how it's all going to work.
Pamela,
And maybe that's for June or for Pam to figure out. But
When you were
Well,
talking
let-
yesterday, if you're going through that, I thought I understood that the parts of it that are part of this were being addressed.
Well, it was incorporated in my conversation yesterday. Some of the things that you were seeing the effects of were a result of the strategy on ways to improve our efficiencies in the different program areas. And with the groundwater being, and the current condition of the groundwater and the condition of unsafe drinking water for communities, I think it's important that this board, one way or the other, has a strategy in place, whether it be our own or through a state board chapter in a statewide strategy. I think it's really important that we articulate how we're going to deal with the ongoing issues in that. But I mean, many of the things we have going on, so there will be a diversion of staff in order to put together the strategy. But the work to be done through the strategy would help us prioritize where our staff focus within the programs I delivered yesterday. And many of the things we've done are as a result of the strategy we have in place today. So it's a short-term diversion of resources for the strategy development.
Yes, please. Debbie.
Thank you, Chair Longley. Debbie Webster with Civiqua. I actually was one of the stakeholders that met with the State Water Board staff on Wednesday of this week, and I discussed what their strategy was. We answered some questions, gave them some feedback. So I want to share about 3 things with you on that, and that I think goes to Pam's recommendation and the staff recommendation, also where some other areas that I think that you might want to think about. They are in some ways an infant stage of what they're looking at. Through what you saw with CV salts, with the groundwater monitoring and all the modeling that was done in there, they're just kind of thinking about it out there. We have a lot to teach them and to show them as to what's possible, but they have a lot that they can also provide help with. You heard that there was problems with getting data and the coordination of data. You saw how kind of those 50,000 wells and where she was pulling those things from. They're trying to think of, well, who can we get this and how can we make this work and how can we coordinate these things? They can help make that happen, but they also need to learn from us as to what we've done. And so I really say that's a key area. Another thing that's happening at the State Water Board level is they are going to be integrating the drinking water program of DPH. And that's going to be happening in the next fiscal year. They're working on a plan for that. But with that brings opportunities. As we try to look for groundwater protection for those communities, we now have that under one roof instead of 2 different roofs, and it's not an interagency kind of coordination. And I think that the ability to help utilize those resources is another area where the State Water Board can really help take the lead, because it will be too siloed otherwise. So good opportunity there. And last, as we were talking about the integrated watershed management plans that are being worked on in those 21 areas, or 28, or I can't remember, 23 areas. A key issue, you were asking about what stakeholders are not always there at the table in CV salts. Well, that's one of those areas where sometimes I think we're not connecting. And we're talking about how do we have these salt and nitrate, salt and nutrient management plans, which are part of what they're doing too. We need to fix those two pieces together. So I really emphasize and ask for your continued support in having your staff be part of the liaison, so we can get these two efforts that are going towards water quality and water quality planning together. So with that, thanks.
Thank you, Debbie. Any questions? Omar?
There it is. Forgot everything. Been hanging out here. How are you? Omar Carrillo, Community Water Center. Good to see all of you. And so I just wanted to comment on a couple of things. Actually, it's not a lot of comments, but just a couple of things around the groundwater strategy. We had some specific points. So irrigated the ERWIMPs. There was some reference in terms of how the groundwater strategy would approach ERWIMPs, specifically something around reviewing the plan, the ERWIMP plans. What we can tell you is that a better approach would possibly be to look at the actual projects, the specific projects within the ERWIMPs. You know, working at the ground level, that's the stuff that really needs to be looked at, and communities need assistance in developing. That's one comment. The other stuff I was going to mention is, let's see, webcasting. This is all out of order, but it's still nonetheless good stuff. Webcasting, to the ability that, you know, we get to that point. There was some discussion even in the groundwater strategy plan. I mean, if you want inclusion, if you want participation, you know, that's critical, really.
Right, Omar,
Yes.
yesterday, when the executive officer gave her annual report, that was one of the items that was mentioned, and one of the items that certainly I and other board members here have a strong interest in seeing happening. So the issue is to get funding for it.
Webcasting will happen much sooner. They're working on that now than the remote meeting access.
Well,
which is
I
what
guess
you're
in
asking
remote
about.
meeting is really what I'm thinking about. We need to be able to have that capability, in my opinion. I agree with you wholeheartedly on that. The issue is funding, and we made a big pitch for it a couple of years ago, and we were told that, well, GoToMeeting should work. It doesn't. It's a whole different level. You don't get the same kind of participation. So, and any help you can give us as we try to convince people
Well, let us know who
in
we
that
need to
big
talk
building,
to.
that big building in Sacramento.
I mean, it's important, so we're
Right.
there, so definitely.
So,
That's
Omar,
something
you
we
shook
talk
your
about.
head at remote meeting access. Did you mean webcasting or did you mean remote
Both.
meeting?
I would say both. I mean, anything that would actually allow for more participation via actual the day of abilities, like watching the meeting and being able to. I mean, there's different tiers, obviously, and then the state water board has more capacities in that respect. But you know, you can see the meeting after the fact to see what actually took place and be able to come forward prepared and be able to engage on something that might have happened previously and such. Because you know, these meetings, they're a long time, and all of you are here. We're all here, so that's one way. And then also, so I mean, I would say both. I would say both things.
And Pamela, what is the time frame for webcasting? Roughly? Without holding you to anything?
You know, you could have asked me yesterday. I had it right in front of me, but I don't have it memorized.
And that'd be webcasting from this building?
Yes, we have to upgrade. For whatever reason, there's something, they're out here looking to upgrade the system so we can webcast it. We don't have the capability. I think it has to deal with the Fresno office.
Okay. And the only reason I ask is it just happens that the other day, one of my colleagues who sits on a few other state boards, he thought we didn't even have a meeting room. But I told him we did, and he says, well, you know, you can always go to the CalPERS meeting room or the State Personnel Board meeting room or the, you know, other ones in Sacramento if we need to. So if it's going to be a long time and we want to get webcasting up sooner than later, we could think about being somewhere else in Sacramento from a state perspective.
Yes, we could do that. It's
We-
very, very difficult to schedule those rooms, but there is that capability.
We used to meet like that. We didn't have a meeting room until about 1990. No, about 2000, excuse me. And one of the problems, John, was it really took a lot more staff time. Staff can come in here, give their presentations, and go back. Problem is Pam loses a couple of days out of this, and that's another reason it'd be nice if Pam could sit in Fresno and give her presentation. But for local staff, one of the reasons that back then the justification was for doing it in our location, even though we didn't have the same resources, was a saving of staff time.
Well, I just wanted to tie it back. I mean, a big part of what we do is water governance, right? And making sure that there's access to the information that's necessary. So to tie it back, and even with the efforts around, you know, AB 685 and access to information and such, I mean, it's all related. And so we'd be happy to help you. If there's anything we can do to help you out along those lines, we'd be happy to do so. So I was actually out of order. More substantive stuff actually on the groundwater strategy. No, but this is related. It's the collection of information, the data. Reading the document, we were a bit unclear as to the data collection and taking information, say for instance from the dairy orders. You know, there's already information being submitted on a yearly basis on nutrient ratios and management and such. And one of the things that we interpreted in the groundwater strategy from now through the 2015, there's nothing going to be done to upload that information or work towards kind of creating some sort of information that's available to the public, or rather using that information in a substantive way that would allow us to make decisions. And so the component in the groundwater strategy says that there's nothing going to be done. Like it says nothing's going to be done. It just it highlights it. So bringing up that issue and making sure that during this time we're not giving, you know, we do have information that we can utilize, and it's on nutrient management, not unlike what we're trying to do with irrigated lands, that would allow us to kind of guide in our decision making. And then the last thing I'll mention is just, you know, I'm here also representing Clean Water Action, and Jennifer Clary's really been involved in CV Salts a bit more than we have, Community Water Center. You know, we definitely continue to have concerns, and we wanted to voice those publicly in terms of, I mean, it's very complicated, we know. I mean, we were a little bit, it was a bit confusing, there's a lot going on, but we're really concerned that this program will relax regulations. So at the end of the day, if CV Salts is a huge component, and it's a big component of the groundwater strategy, you know, it definitely is appropriate for us to have a better grasp on that. And so I won't get too much into that. And we do participate to the extent that we can. Jennifer does a little bit more than we do, and she's part of some of the stakeholder processes. So just wanted to bring that forward.
I think that point needs to be addressed. It's my understanding that, in fact, it will focus the application with data we can better focus our efforts. Am I right, Pamela? With the development of the groundwater strategy and so forth.
It'll help prioritize our efforts that we put
Exactly.
forward.
Given the resources that we
And I
have.
apologize if your opinion of CV Salts is just about relaxing standards, because
Right.
that's not at all what it's about.
Well, yeah. Well,
And I apologize if, you know, we are trying to rectify some issues in the policy in our water quality plans, but in no way is it to diminish or minimize the importance of water quality objectives and applying them to the appropriate water bodies and their designated uses. But that program is not about relaxing standards.
right. No, and once again, you know, if we're up here and having a hard time understanding where we are. I mean, the way I interpreted even the conversation on CV salts earlier was there was there was really a lack of understanding of how ultimately certain things are going to play out, right?
It's,
So
I think you heard our,
right, and
our
so
amazement at the
we have to make
frustration,
that
yeah.
public. I mean, at the end of the
Right.
day, I'm just letting you know it's not to
Right.
say we're not participating. It's not to say we're not active participants in attempting to make things work. But you know, if those that are making the decisions are having a difficult time, you know, figuring out how that's going to play out, and if the conversation, as I saw it, became nothing about a lot of it had to do with the costs associated with certain things. You know, we don't. Then that's not what we how we work. So at the end of the day, we will continue to participate, and to the extent that I know that Jennifer's been more involved, but that continues to be the overall sentiment. It continues to be so. We've submitted information, so we are participating. We submitted comments on the offsets. We are actually working on comments, sequel comments. So we continue to participate, but that's where we continue to be on the issue.
Thank you. Any questions or comments? Thank you very much, Omar.
Thank you.
Well, we're back to, before we go to the next item, to address the issue that Pam put in front of us, to continue doing to advise them to continue doing what they've been doing, or to really step back from that and begin looking at what the state board is doing, and looking at ways to integrate one way or another with their efforts. Did I state that properly?
Yes, but also approving the 2013 work plan for the work that some of the work that started and work that will be ongoing for the
Yes,
next.
okay.
2 years.
And that's a separate item, okay.
Yes.
Good. Any questions or comments?
What item is that?
It's part of this. It was part of this item.
The only reason I ask is it says no board action. I didn't know if it would.
Oh, yes,
Notice.
I'm sorry. There's no requirement for a vote on this. It's just strictly
It's just that
your
If you think they should be
guidance.
going a different direction, we need to.
No, yeah, she's exactly right. There's no board action here. It's only if what you've heard today would cause for a mid-course correction, or whether we should keep going in this direction for the next couple of years.
I was going to say that I'm really impressed with the work that's being done. I think it's organized in an efficient way and that we're making satisfactory progress. So for someone like Ms. Buford, who's on the ground working on this every day, and if this is your recommendation, I feel comfortable trusting that based on the work that I've seen.
And I want to be as efficient as possible, and I wasn't quite sure if that meant which way to go, because you mentioned working with the state board so that we didn't go back to stakeholders and duplicate the same work. And if they're consistent, I got a little confused there. Then I'm happy to go with that recommendation.
They have ongoing activities that will continue to go on while they explore the possibilities with the state board. Hearing nobody who is objecting, this is the last time you can object. I think you've got the endorsement. In fact, I know you have the endorsement of this board to continue on with the 2013 work plan, but also to begin to explore possibilities with the state board. Pamela?
So Dr. Long, I just, in response to Omar's comments, though, I'm going to encourage Jeannie and Daniel Kozad to begin outreaching out to the EJ groups a little more about the whole process so they better understand what's going on.
Thank you very much for that. Okay, it's now 4:07. Let's be back here in about 5 minutes. We need to start the last item on the agenda, which is, if I can find my baloney. We're back in session. We're on agenda item 25. This is a time and place for a public hearing to consider an administrative civil liability order against the City of Sacramento and the Sylvia Diller Survivors Trust regarding the Diller landfill in Sacramento County. The designated parties for this proceeding are as follows: the board's prosecution team, the City of Sacramento, and the Sylvia Diller Survivors Trust. All other parties are considered interested persons. The prosecution team has a combined total of 40 minutes for direct testimony, cross-examination, and a closing statement. The City of Sacramento and the Sylvia Diller Survivors Trust shall each have 40 minutes for the same. Interested persons shall limit their comments to 3 minutes. All persons expecting to testify, please stand at this time, raise your right hand, and take the following oath. Do you swear the testimony you are about to give is the truth? If so, answer, I do. Thank you. This time, evidence should be introduced on the following issues: whether the board should issue, reject, or modify the proposed ACL order. The order of this hearing is as follows: testimony by the prosecution team, followed by cross-examination by other designated parties. The City of Sacramento and the Sylvia Diller Survivors Trust, followed by cross-examination by the prosecution team. Then comments by interested persons, and finally, a closing statement from the City of Sacramento and the Sylvia Diller Survivors Trust, followed by a closing statement by the prosecution team. Please state your name, address, affiliation, whether you've taken the oath before testifying. If you haven't submitted a speaker card yet, now is the time to submit one to Ms. LaFranche Rosardi. I have previously made rulings on evidentiary objections raised by the designated parties. I'll now ask the board's advisory team counsel, David Koop, to elaborate on and explain those objections in my rulings.
You bet. David Koop, counsel to the board for the advisory team in this particular matter. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail here, but I wanted to give the board some context in the event that some of these pre-hearing rulings somehow get raised later on down the road in the course of the proceeding. I think, as the board is well aware, the administrative civil liability complaint in this case was issued in March of 2012. We received a request from Mr. Scharf, counsel for the trust, to continue the hearing back in July of this year, and the board chair, in consultation with the advisory team, issued a ruling to grant the request to extend the hearing from the, I believe it was from the October board meeting until this upcoming December board meeting. Fast forward to September, there were objections that came in as to the revised hearing procedure from the city and from Mr. Scharf. There was a response filed by the prosecution team. The board chair ruled on those pre-hearing matters later on in that month. I believe it was September 25th of 2013. Fast forward again to October the 8th, the prosecution team had filed a motion to quash the depositions of certain staff and for the production of certain documents, and the board chair granted that motion on October 15th, 2013. Mr. Scharf then moved, as counsel for the trust, to have the board chair's ruling reconsidered in an email that he'd sent on October the 16th. The board chair consulted with the advisory team, and the board chair subsequently denied Mr. Scharf's request for reconsideration on Friday, October the 18th. 10 days later, Mr. Scharf moved to continue the hearing again on October the 28th, and in response, the board chair directed me to hold a pre-hearing conference call to hear briefly from the parties. A pre-hearing conference call took place on November the 6th. The board chair's direction was to provide an opportunity for the parties to briefly briefly argue about whether, in fact, the hearing should be continued for a second time. I relayed the results of the conference to the board chair, and the board chair subsequently issued a ruling through an email that I'd sent to the parties on November 8th denying Mr. Scharf's request, in part, at least due to the fact that a previous extension was granted back in July. Fast forward just a little bit further to November the 1st, and Mr. Scharf had sought or brought a motion to compel the production of documents, and the board chair denied that motion on November 18th, 2013. And if board members are interested in any additional clarification, I'd be happy to provide it.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have just a brief procedural request as we commence this proceeding. The record you hear before you is correct, and you certainly can't fault me for attempting to represent my client's interests. I do renew the request for a continuance and make...
Can you introduce yourself? I'm sorry.
Excuse me. Jeffrey J. Scharf, representing Douglas M. Daggs, trustee of the Sylvia Deller Survivors Trust, 2625 Fair Oaks Boulevard, Suite 7, Sacramento, California.
And excuse me, John, I forgot to ask him. I know Jeff from way back, and he's always represented his clients well. And go ahead, Jeff.
At any rate, we do renew the request for the continuance and object to these proceedings going forward. The further request for continuance was made as a result of the chair's ruling on the motion to quash. It's my position on behalf of the trust that we have been precluded the opportunity to conduct meaningful discovery that would serve, that we believe, to generate what would be admissible evidence for the board's consideration.
As we do with all of these requests, we consider that very seriously. It engendered considerable discussion, but there was not specificity there. And for the other reasons stated in that, I once again will deny the request for continuance.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. With that, we're prepared for the staff presentation.
Good afternoon, Chairman Longley and members of the board. My name is Wendy Wiles, and I supervise the Compliance and Enforcement section in the Rancho Cordova office, and I've taken the oath. We're here today to ask that you adopt an administrative civil liability for the City of Sacramento and the Sylvia Deller Survivors Trust. The ACL complaint was issued for the failure to comply with the cleanup and abatement order, which required the city and the trust to close the Deller landfill by the end of 2010. They did not do so. By March of 2012, despite the best efforts of staff to work with the two parties, only minimal progress had been made toward closure, and the executive officer issued the ACL complaint. The parties asked to enter into settlement discussions, but nothing was resolved, so the prosecution team has brought this matter before you. Because we can no longer recover staff costs in an ACL, we've taken them out, and we're asking that you adopt the ACL for $143,429. Our presentation is broken into two parts. Todd Delfredi will provide the background for the case, and then I'll discuss the issues raised by the two parties. Throughout the presentation, we will refer to the City of Sacramento and the Deller Trust as the dischargers.
Good afternoon, Chair Longley and members of the board. My name is Todd Delfredi, and I'm an engineering geologist with the Compliance Enforcement section in the Rancho Cordova office. I have taken the oath. The Deller landfill is approximately 29 acres in size and is located within the City of Sacramento along A Street and north of 24th Street. The Deller landfill is bounded on the north by the American River and is surrounded on the east by industrial property and the City of Sacramento's 28th Street landfill. The landfill is owned by the Deller Trust and was operated by the City of Sacramento between 1959 and 1963. The refuse was loosely compacted and covered with soil. The landfill predates current regulations and no bottom liner or leachate collection system was installed. Board staff inspected the Delaware landfill several times between 2002 and 2005. We found that the surface of the landfill was hummocky from the settlement of the waste and that this prevented stormwater from draining off of the landfill. When there is inadequate drainage, stormwater will infiltrate through the waste mass and can impact groundwater. Excuse me. This picture shows a hummocky landfill surface to the right of the large soil pile. In 2003, an environmental site assessment was completed, and it concluded that the landfill should be covered and graded to drain so that stormwater does not leach through the refuse and impact groundwater. Although not conclusive, it was possible that the landfill had already impacted groundwater because 4 groundwater monitoring wells near the landfill had low levels of volatile organic contaminants. This groundwater is in connection with the American River. Because of our concerns about groundwater quality, in 2003, staff requested that the Delaware Trust submit a plan to address water quality impacts. In January 2007, the Trust and City submitted a proposal to install a soil cover to close the landfill. This was a relatively low-cost solution, but an appropriate first step toward protecting water quality. Staff worked with the dischargers to incorporate their proposal into a friendly cleanup and abatement order. The order was issued in June 2008 and requires that a final closure plan be submitted in August 2008, erosion control plans be submitted in 2008, 2009, and 2010. Construction begins in June 2010, and construction is completed in October 2010. The order included the city's request to complete the work over a 3-year period. Following issuance of the order in 2008, the discharger stockpiled approximately 60,000 cubic yards of soil to be used for final cover. They installed stormwater controls, they submitted quarterly status reports, and they submitted the 2008 erosion control plan. They did not submit the final closure plan that was due in August 2008 and asked for an extension. During 2008, the discharger seemed to be progressing toward closing the landfill. During 2009, dischargers continued to submit quarterly status reports. These progress reports indicated no problems or delays that would cause them to miss the 2010 closure deadline. Dischargers also submitted the final closure plan. It was 9 months late, but it showed that construction would still begin in 2010. However, the dischargers did not submit the 2009 erosion control report. Even though dischargers were not in complete compliance with the order, it appeared they were still on track to close the landfill in 2010. Although the order required that construction of the final cover begin on June 1st, 2010, this did not occur. A week later, the discharger notified staff of the discovery of 17 clusters of elderberry bushes on the perimeter of the landfill. Elderberry bushes provide the habitat for the valley elderberry longhorn beetle, which is a federally threatened species and is protected under the Endangered Species Act. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service requires that elderberry bushes not be impacted during construction, or if they are, that mitigation measures are implemented. The city decided that it needed to prepare a habitat conservation plan to propose mitigation measures and asked for a 4-year extension to the cleanup and abatement order. The Delaware Trust did not agree that a habitat conservation plan was needed, but the Trust did not offer an alternative. Board staff did not amend the cleanup and abatement order because the dischargers could not agree on a path forward. In addition, it appeared to board staff that most of the landfill could still be closed under the original timeline, since the elderberry bushes are found on less than 1 acre of the 29-acre landfill. The dischargers could not come to an agreement on how to proceed, and nothing happened for the remainder of 2010. Staff was very concerned about the discharger's failure to comply with the cleanup and abatement order, and we scheduled a meeting in January 2011. We told the city and the trust that we would not take enforcement action if the landfill was closed by the end of 2011. After the meeting, the Delaware Trust submitted a new proposal for the cap. They plan to leave the elderberry bushes in place with the understanding that once the elderberry beetle is removed from the endangered species list, the bushes would be removed and the cap added to those locations. The dischargers proposed to submit the detailed final closure plan by April 2011 and to complete construction by the end of 2011. Staff approved the proposal, but stated that if dischargers did not follow through with their promise to close in 2011, and if the board had to take enforcement action, it would be based on original dates in the cleanup and abatement order. Unfortunately, the dischargers did not honor their commitment. It did not submit the final closure plan in April, nor did they close the landfill in 2011. In May 2011, the dischargers requested another extension to 2012 to complete closure. This request was based on the city's desire to apply for a $720,000 grant from Cal Recycle. This would pay for a portion of the $2.8 million cost to close the landfill. The discharger said that while they were waiting for the grant to be approved, they would complete 5 pre-construction items in the fall of 2011. This latest extension request was conditionally approved by staff, contingent upon the dischargers completing the 5 pre-construction items in 2011. Staff also said that if enforcement was needed, it would be based on the dates in the cleanup and abatement order. Despite the discharger's written commitment to complete the pre-construction work, nothing was done in the fall of 2011. Because of the lack of progress and no assurance that the landfill would be closed, the ACL was issued in March 2012. After it was issued, the dischargers began working and the landfill cover was finally installed by the end of 2012. Dischargers left the elderberry bushes in place, and when the beetle is delisted, they are required to go back and remove the bushes and install the rest of the cover. This ends my portion of the presentation. Thank you.
Thanks, Todd. The ACL complaint was issued because the city and the Delaware Trust failed to comply with 5 requirements of the cleanup and abatement order. These are to submit the 2009 erosion control plan, to begin closure construction in June of 2010, to submit the 2010 erosion control plan, to complete the closure construction by October of 2010, and to submit the closure certification report by December of 2010. The maximum penalty under the Water Code is $6.4 million, and the minimum penalty is the economic benefit plus 10%, which is $143,429. The ACL was issued for about $164,000. However, we're asking that you adopt it for the minimum penalty, as I will explain next. When we issued the ACL complaint, it included $22,500 in staff costs. But the State Water Board has recently told us that staff costs cannot be included in civil liabilities. Removing the staff costs drops the penalty to $142,296, but this value is too low because the enforcement policy says that at a minimum, civil liability must recover the economic benefit plus 10%. So then we had to slightly increase the penalty by about $1,000, and we are asking the board to adopt an ACL for the minimum amount allowed by the enforcement policy, and again, that's $143,429. So now we'll talk about the issues surrounding the ACL. The city and the Delaware Trust each submitted an evidence and policy statement in response to the complaint. These documents are in your agenda package, and we've reviewed the statements, and it appears that the parties have 8 issues with the penalty. The first issue has to do with all of the delays in closing the landfill. The dischargers acknowledge that there were multiple delays, but say that they were beyond their control. They point to 4 major delays having to do with the Valley Elderberry Longhorn beetle, applying for the Cal Recycle grant, the economic downturn, and the homeless encampment on the landfill. And I'll talk about each of these next. So as Todd said, the Valley Elderberry Longhorn beetle was listed as a federally threatened species in 1980. Elderberry bushes provide habitat for the beetle, and developers are required to mitigate for any loss of these bushes. There are 17 clusters of elderberry bushes on the Delaware landfill, and as you can see from the slide, the bushes are rather large and obvious. These bushes are on about 1 acre of the land at the perimeter of the landfill. The cleanup and abatement order required that the dischargers start constructing the landfill cover by June 1st of 2010. However, a week later, the city said that it had just discovered that there were elderberry bushes on the landfill, and therefore it could not start construction. The prosecution team asserts that the dischargers knew about the elderberry issue well before 2010. Our evidence includes a 2003 environmental site assessment which discusses the elderberry bushes. In addition, there's a July 2009 letter from the Delaware Trust which says that there are elderberry bushes on the landfill, that mitigation will be required, and that the city has been notified of this. That document is Exhibit 16 in your evidence list. The cleanup and abatement order allowed for 2 years of planning prior to the start of construction in 2010, and during this time, the dischargers should have completed their site assessments and determined the best way to construct the cap while considering the beetle habitat. So to summarize for this issue, the elderberry bushes were known to exist in 2003, and their existence was documented again in 2009. If the dischargers had addressed the issue in 2009, then construction could have taken place on time. The presence of the elderberry bushes is not a valid reason for failing to close a landfill in 2010. The second delay that the dischargers say is beyond their control had to do with the fact that the city decided to apply for a Cal Recycle grant in 2011, 1 year after the cleanup and abatement order required the landfill to be closed. The dischargers say we should not have penalized them for applying for a grant, but that's not why we issued the ACL. We understood the need for the city to apply for grant funds. The dischargers were already in violation of the cleanup and abatement order, and we agreed not to take enforcement action while the city applied for the grant, as long as they demonstrated their commitment to close the landfill by completing some field work while waiting for the grant to be approved. The dischargers agreed that this was reasonable and agreed in writing to complete 5 pre-construction tasks in the fall of 2011. But the work was not done. The ACL was issued because the dischargers had not made any progress for 2 years, and we had no assurance that the landfill would be closed. And it's interesting to note that once the ACL was issued, the dischargers finally closed most of the landfill. The Delaware Trust says that the economic downturn was responsible for the dischargers' noncompliance, but the prosecution team disagrees. In early 2008, when the order was being drafted, the city requested a 3-year schedule for closure so that they could set aside funds needed to complete the project. Staff agreed with the city's request, and the order allows for 3 years. The city should have then set aside the money, and in fact, they did. A February 2012 letter from the city says, quote, "The city has set aside funds to pay for its share of the closure costs." While the prosecution team is sympathetic to the city of Sacramento's budget problems, we should point out that the board regulates many other cities, and these cities did what was needed to remain in compliance during the economic downturn. And in addition, the Delaware Trust is also responsible for complying with the cleanup and abatement order. There is no evidence in the record that the economic downturn affected the Delaware Trust's finances. Therefore, the prosecution team believes that the economic downturn is not a valid reason for failing to comply with the cleanup and abatement order. The dischargers have stated that another delay was the need to remove homeless people from the property. This picture was taken during Todd's January 2009 inspection. It's a little washed out, but you might be able to see the homeless camps in the background here. Around each circle, there's some tents in there. Our evidence includes a July 2009 letter from the Delaware Trust, which says that because of the homeless, the property has now been fenced, and the only access is through a locked gate. So it appears from the evidence that the homeless were removed almost a year prior to the June 2010 construction deadline. The prosecution team believes that the homeless issue is not a valid reason for the discharger's failure to comply, because the city has the legal authority to remove homeless from private land, and the trust could have constructed a more protective barrier around its property. The second issue has to do with the 2012 closure plan. As we keep saying, the cleanup and abatement order required the landfill to be closed by the end of 2010, but the dischargers didn't comply. Staff continued to work with the dischargers to try and get the landfill closed without having to resort to enforcement. The dischargers submitted a plan to close in 2010, but did not follow through. They submitted a plan to close in 2011, but did not follow through. They then submitted a plan to close the landfill in 2012. The city says the ACL should not have been issued because staff approved the 2012 closure plan. However, as we've already said, the dischargers plan included a proposal to complete 5 pre-construction tasks in the fall of 2011. Staff approved the closure plan on the condition that those 5 tasks would be completed, and we informed the discharger that if we needed to take enforcement, it would be based upon the dates in the cleanup and abatement order. Unfortunately, the dischargers did not follow through with their promise to complete the pre-construction work in 2011, and again, we issued the ACL in early 2012 because no meaningful progress had been made for 2 years, and there was no indication that the dischargers would close the landfill. The cleanup and abatement order required that erosion control reports be submitted in 2008, 2009, and 2010. These reports were needed because the city was stockpiling dirt on the site, as shown on this slide here, and we had to make sure that erosion control measures were implemented prior to each rainy season. The 2008 report was submitted on time, but the dischargers did not submit the 2009 or 2010 reports, and they say that they didn't need to because the erosion control reports were based on the original closure plan, which was then superseded by a modified plan in 2011. And this argument simply doesn't make sense. The bottom line is that the cleanup and abatement order required the reports to protect water quality, and the dischargers did not submit them. The next issue is not directly related to the ACL complaint, but the Deller Trust brought it up in their evidence statement, and I would like to address it. The Trust says that since the landfill cap has now been constructed, the site should be considered closed, and the cleanup and abatement order should be rescinded. The Trust also states that the board did not respond to their request for a no further action letter. And that's not correct. The board responded by requesting a report of waste discharge. This is because the board cannot walk away from a closed landfill. The waste is still in place, there is no bottom liner, and the cap must be periodically inspected and maintained to ensure that stormwater does not percolate through the cap and into the waste and create water quality impacts. The cleanup and abatement order requires that the dischargers submit semi-annual post-closure monitoring reports. Now that the landfill has been mostly closed, the dischargers should have submitted 2 of these reports since the landfill was closed, but they have not submitted them, and therefore they continue to violate the order. The failure to submit these 2 reports is not part of the ACL before you today, but it does show that the dischargers continue to be in non-compliance with the board's order. In June of this year, the board's permitting unit requested a report of waste discharge so that staff can prepare closure waste discharge requirements. The WDRs will require that the remainder of the landfill be closed once the elderberry beetles are removed from the endangered species list. They will also require post-closure maintenance, monitoring, and reporting. However, the dischargers have not submitted the report of waste discharge, and last week our Assistant Executive Officer issued an order requiring them to submit this document. Okay, these last 4 issues deal directly with the ACL complaint. For issue number 5, the city says that the ACL fails to distinguish between the city and the trust, and the board should not assess the fine collectively. Our response is that the cleanup and abatement order was based on a joint proposal by the city and trust. Staff worked with the dischargers to prepare the cleanup and abatement order, and the dischargers did not contest it. So the cleanup and abatement order was issued jointly to the city and trust, and therefore the ACL is issued jointly to the city and trust. It's not the board's responsibility to apportion liability between the city of Sacramento and the Deller Trust. The Water Code requires that when we issue an ACL, we must consider a discharger's ability to pay the penalty and to remain in business. The ACL complaint states that the city could raise taxes to cover the penalty, but we realize that this is just one way a public entity can obtain funds. The city has responded by describing the process they must go through to raise taxes or to raise utility rates. The Deller Trust has not contested its ability to pay and remain in business. The bottom line is that neither the city nor the Deller Trust have presented any evidence to show that they would be unable to pay a portion of a $143,000 penalty, or that payment of the penalty would impact their ability to remain in business. The enforcement policy says that for ACLs, the minimum liability is to be the economic benefit plus 10%. The city states that there was no economic benefit in this case, and we disagree. We are expected to calculate the economic benefit for every ACL, and because regional board staff are not economists, we rely on the expertise of Dr. Jerry Horner, a senior economist with the State Water Board. He uses the EPA BEN model to determine economic benefit. For this case here, Dr. Horner prepared an 11-page memo which describes the BEN model and the economic benefit that the city and the trust obtained by failing to submit reports and by delaying closure. This memo is part of our evidence. The city has not provided any expert testimony to rebut Dr. Horner's calculation of the economic benefit, and therefore it is appropriate to use his values. Dr. Horner is here today, and he can answer any questions you may have about the economic benefit calculation. Now, you may have a question about the amount of the economic benefit that's in Dr. Horner's memo versus the amount we use in the ACL complaint and the ACL order. There's about a $5,000 difference, and I think that's because Dr. Horner's memo was not finalized at the time we issued the complaint. It wasn't finalized till about a week later. I believe we used a draft value for economic benefit in the complaint, and that draft value was carried over into the ACL order. It's actually to the discharger's benefit that we use the draft value because it's about $5,000 less than the final value. So you do have the option of using the final value if you want. In that case, the minimum penalty plus 10% would be increased by about $5,000 to $148,000. The enforcement policy requires that we use the penalty calculation method to determine an appropriate liability. The city says that 2 of the factors are too high and should be reduced. The prosecution team believes we used reasonable values, but in reality it doesn't really matter if we change the factors. The ACL is already set at the minimum amount, which is the economic benefit plus 10%. So I'd like to finish by letting you know the current status of the landfill. About 95% of the final cover is in place. This picture shows the final cover, the final cover is along here, and then the elderberry bush is in the middle. The elderberry bush is basically in a depression with the cover around it. And so, as we've said, when the beetle is taken off the endangered species list, the discharger will come in, they'll remove the elderberry bushes, they'll put some soil in, bring it up to grade, match it with the existing cover, and there's about 1 acre or so of land in which they need to do this. And just like with any other closed landfill, the groundwater is still being monitored, and we hope to see that the cover has caused concentrations to decrease. If the groundwater doesn't improve, then more corrective actions could be required. And just like with any other closed landfill, the dischargers are required to conduct post-closure inspections and maintenance to make sure they keep the cover in good shape. They also need to send us the monitoring reports documenting the inspections and the maintenance. And finally, these dischargers need to submit the report of waste discharge so we can put this facility under WDRs and rescind the cleanup and abatement order. So to summarize, in 2008, the executive officer issued a cleanup and abatement order to the City of Sacramento and the Dollar Trust. The parties needed to close the Dollar landfill to prevent groundwater impacts, and the order incorporated the city's request for 3 years to complete the work. However, the city and trust failed to close the landfill within the timelines of the cleanup and abatement order. Board staff tried to work with the dischargers and agreed to several unofficial extensions, but each time we said that if enforcement was needed, it would be based on the dates in the cleanup and abatement order. The landfill was to have been closed by October of 2010, and when only minimal progress had been made by March of 2012, the executive officer issued the civil liability. The prosecution team recommends that the board issue the ACL order to both the City of Sacramento and the Sylvia Dollar Survivors Trust. Although the maximum penalty is over $6.4 million, we recommend that the board consider the minimum liability of $143,429. This ends the prosecution team's presentation. I'd like to enter the presentation into the evidence, and I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions, members of the board? Yes, John.
Thanks, Wendy. don't end the show because I want to go back to the slide. Do we know, did they ever get the Cal Recycle grant?
Yes, they got the Cal Recycle grant.
And is that how they paid to
The grant was
close
for
it?
$720,000 of the $2.8 million.
Okay. Can you go back to slide 11? So I know you walked through the sort of the rationale for why these things didn't happen, but I just want to be clear, the 5 items they failed to do they disagree with the fact that they didn't do those?
I heard a yes. There is no erosion control plan 2009 or 2010. They were not submitted. They're not in our file. They did not start construction in June of 2010. That's clear. They did not complete construction in October 2010, and they did not submit the certification report by December of 2010.
Okay, thank you.
Wendy, was it clear to them that even though you were giving them kind of the board staff was giving them these kinds of extensions, that if they failed these, that the board could go back and impose liability? And you're nodding your head yes.
Yeah, we were quite clear at our meetings with
Okay.
them, and then in the written record, it says the same thing.
Okay, and then I was looking for the 11-page memo, but I'll just ask you. Is part of the economic benefit Exhibit 7? Exhibit 77, for anybody who's looking for it. Well, let me, I lost my train of thought. Hold on a second. Is the economic benefit calculation by your expert, does that take into consideration missed deadlines going back before the oral extension was sort of
Yeah.
granted?
It's using the deadlines in the cleanup and abatement order, the deadlines that we used here in this ACL order. It does take into account that they did close, or that we assumed they were going to close the landfill at the end of 2012. It takes that into account.
All right, thank you.
What's the current status of the delisting of the elderberry beetle?
We went online this week to look, and it says it was out for public comment, I think, in January of this year, and there's nothing else about it.
It just seems to me on these types of things, it's a good idea to say if it's listed by such a date, otherwise you gotta be done anyway. I mean, these things, I do think that it will get delisted, but, you know, these processes take a long time, and sometimes you gotta get these landfills covered, so.
That's why we'd like to put them under waste discharge requirements, because then they could give us progress reports about the status of the delisting.
Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? Yes, Jen?
Well, just one other question about the elderberry bush. It said mitigation, or you mentioned mitigation was required, so that means that there are other options aside from leaving it there. You could plant one in lieu of taking one out, is that correct?
Right, so when the city and the trust had different ideas about how to deal with the elderberry bushes, so the city thought they should remove the bushes, do mitigation where you plant so many to compensate for those other ones, and you would have to do what's called a habitat conservation plan and get buy-off by Fish and Wildlife Service, and that's why they wanted a 4-year extension. The trust, however, said, well, we can work around them. We think the beetle will be delisted soon. We'll just put the cap in around these bushes and come back later. And so by doing that, they did not have to do any mitigation.
Okay, thank you.
And they could have, of course, done both of those.
They could have.
They're not gonna have to relist it after they rip out these plants, are they?
Okay, any further questions or comments?
No, but I can ask for counsel, it's Exhibit 77. Do you know what page number that is? Because I'm looking and I don't see it.
Sure, if you're looking for the summary, it's right at the end of Exhibit 77. There's a conclusory paragraph there that.
Looking for Exhibit 77?
Oh, well then it's gonna be on probably a CD on the disc, right? It's also available online. All the exhibits been posted online as well.
Any further comments or questions? Does the city of Sacramento wish to cross-examine?
Good afternoon, Chairman Langley and board members. My name is Kathleen Rogan. I'm a senior deputy city attorney for for the Sacramento City Attorney's Office, and I'm here representing the City of Sacramento. Just a little extra redundancy. I would thank you for the presentation, but I do have a question for Ms. Wiles, and I would like to know, I would like if she could please point to the location in the board's approval of the 2011 plan and where it indicates that the board was reserving the right to prosecute the dischargers based on any earlier violations if the construction wasn't finished by 2012. Sure, I can give you the exhibit number. I believe it's exhibit 63.
You need to be close to the mic.
I'm sorry, it's exhibit 63. And for the board members, what I've asked about is the board's final approval of the modified plan with construction to conclude in 2012, which was approved by the board. Ms. Wiles has previously represented that with respect to the other informal and written extensions that were given to the dischargers, that the board always indicated that should the dischargers not be able to complete construction by the new date, that the board was reserving its right to penalize the parties going back several years to the dates that were in the original cleanup and abatement order.
So exhibit, what is this one? 63.
Right.
It does include the fact that the dischargers included, proposed to do 5 different tasks during 2011, and that here was a start date and here was a finish date for each of those 5 tasks, and those were not done.
I'm
So
sorry.
I want to point that part out. This letter itself does not say that we reserve the right to go back to the original cleanup and abatement order, but in our January 2011 meeting, we stated that, and that is in my meeting notes, which I believe, which we gave to Jeff Sharp as part of his, what do you call it, request for documents? What do you call that? Deposition?
But that's,
Subpoena. Okay. So, and I believe there might be other documents prior to this one you looked at in which we also said that. So I'd be happy to keep looking while.
In any case, that's been board policy in the past.
Yeah, it's standard.
well, I
The
understand
board
that-
never relinquished that right.
Well, but Ms. Wiles' representation that the final approval of the 2011-2012 construction plan explicitly notified the parties that they were still going to be penalized by dates included in the original cleanup and abatement order if they were unable to meet the new construction dates is incorrect. It's not included in the September 11th, 2011 approval
I
letter.
don't think we've established that yet, please.
It's not in that particular letter, but I believe we've talked about it previously. And we talked about it, and it's in other documents in here, and I just need time to find them.
I'm going to request that you look for those documents, and we need to come back to that issue. You have any further questions?
No, I don't. Thank you.
Does the trust have any wish to cross-examine?
Thank you.
No, Jeff Sharf again, Chair Langley. We'll proceed by direct testimony from our witness.
1 time's okay, 2 times isn't. Longley. Not Langley.
Longley.
Thank you.
Forgive me.
Very good. We'll now then proceed with the testimony from the City of Sacramento.
You turn it.
Yeah, turn it on.
Thank you. Thank you. The city would like to call.
Can we get a seat?
Yeah,
Mike,
sorry,
for-
Todd and Wendy, you guys might have to move because the next witness is coming up.
That's right.
Thank you. Sorry to displace you. Sure, sit down. Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Carl Kirka, City of Sacramento.
Mr. Kirker, what is your current position?
I'm the Environmental Program Manager for the Department of General Services, City of Sacramento.
And how long have you held that position?
Since, I believe, May of 2007.
Could you describe for the board briefly what your responsibilities are in that role?
Currently, I oversee the remediation of all the city's properties that are listed either for leaking underground storage tank or cleanup sites for state, county, and DTSC listed sites. And I also perform Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental assessments on properties that we're in transaction with for building various city facilities, widening roads, community centers, so forth. So whenever we buy and sell property, we do our due diligence on that.
Okay, thank you. Has the Deller property come under your responsibility?
The Deller property I first became involved with was in January of 2012. The previous project manager for that was in the solid waste department, integrated waste management department, and he no longer works with the city, and then I was given this project and proceeded with it in January of 2012.
Have you made yourself familiar with the steps that the city took to comply with that order prior to you actually taking over Mr. Strauss's role?
Can you repeat that?
Sure. I understood that you didn't become responsible for overseeing the closure of the Deller property.
I never heard of it until I was assigned the project, yeah.
Okay. When the dream ended
Yeah.
and you became responsible for it,
Yeah.
It had been underway for a couple of years, correct?
Yes.
Did you make yourself familiar with what steps the city had taken to comply with that order?
I've tried. I mean, you can see the very long history of this project, so my knowledge of it is kind of basically secondhand and from looking at the various correspondence and documents over that period.
So if I was to ask you if you knew why the city was unable to initiate closure construction by June 1st of 2010, can you address that question?
Sure. I mean, basically, the city had submitted a closure plan. It was approved. We entered into a contract with the contractor that was going to do the closure. And then the spring of that year, which I guess, what was that, 2000? It was 2010. Elderberry bushes were discovered on the property, and then we hired AECom to go out and do a survey, and it came back that indeed it was velve habitat, and actually longhorn beetles were living there. So it kind of halted our construction plans, and we had to withdraw our contract with the contractor that was ready to go out on site and do the work. And we kind of had to go back to the drawing board. Otherwise, if we had gone forward with implementation of that plan, we would have probably violated the Threatened and Endangered Species Act.
Was that a concern of the city?
Certainly, yeah. And so we were advised that the next step would be to prepare a habitat conservation plan. So that was the next step.
And do you have an estimate as to how long it was supposed to take to create the habitat conservation plan?
I'm not familiar with how long those take, but we kind of asked for, a 4-year extension because we really didn't know how long that was going to take. It was going to be quite expensive. I think, seem to think I saw, and I seem to recall seeing a number, something like $200,000 or $300,000 just to prepare the plan. So at that point, the Deller Trust, started saying, well, we're going to take it from here and do an alternate plan. And at that point, the city was no longer directly involved with the implementation of the closure.
And do you know then why the city was unable to submit the closure certification report by December 15th of 2010?
Well, I mean, it's obvious because we had a plan that we couldn't implement. It would have violated federal law if we had gone forward and implemented that plan.
Thank you. Are you aware of whether the city has suffered any budgetary problems over the past 5 years?
Yeah, we've experienced severe budgetary problems during that period. We ran budget deficits of about $50 million a year. I know from a recent meeting with the city manager that staff has been cut at the city by almost 25% since the economic recession.
Has the recession affected your department at all?
My department, General Services, our budget's been cut by over 50%, 55%. That's in the departments other than fire and police have been disproportionately and severely cut in order to preserve fire and police services. So, you know, some people are hit more than others, and we were hit quite hard. And I know solid waste was too.
Thank you. I'd like to jump to the Cal Recycle grant. Are you familiar with the city's application for the grant?
Yeah, somewhat familiar, yeah. I took over after the application had been prepared and after we received the grant. So I've just been administering what had been done. Mm-hmm.
So you're involved with the overseeing the administration of the grant?
Correct.
Okay, can you explain briefly how it worked in that, let me ask it this way, would the grant issue reimbursement payments for work done before the grant had been approved or awarded to the city?
No, absolutely not. And you had to have the final approved closure plan. And well, we didn't have one at the point at which that the plan had to be redesigned. So we had to wait for the redesigned plan. And yeah, you can't expend any funds until you have the notice to proceed.
And can you
that would be eligible for reimbursement.
Could you tell the board very succinctly how the reimbursement process worked? In order for the city to receive any of the money from that grant, what did we have to submit? Did it have to be for current billings, old billings?
Yeah, I mean, we had to do we would have to do the work, pay the invoices, and then we provide the invoices and proof of payment, and then they would process the reimbursement.
So if the city had proceeded to do work on the property before the grant was awarded,
That would be ineligible for reimbursement.
and the city would have had to bear the burden of the cost without reimbursement from the grant, is that right?
Correct, and also I think something important to consider too is that the grant has funds specific tasks, and those tasks are kind of integrated with the whole project schedule. So it's not like you can pick and choose when you can implement certain parts. The grant, for example, funded the 2-foot cover and excavation work. So those steps were obviously not pre-construction. They were things that had to be done later on after the plan was approved.
Thank you. Members of the board, I have no further questions for this witness, but he's happy to answer questions if you have any.
Are there any questions from members of the board?
Did you know about the elderberry bushes before the day that you, I guess, I know that you're new to the project.
Yeah.
And it seems though as the staff's testimony said that the city had noticed in 2009. So I understand that probably was your predecessor, but have you seen that letter where notice about the elderberry bushes is given to the city?
No, I had no knowledge that we knew prior to construction initiating out there.
And Member Ramirez, if I could also address that, in exhibit number 32 in your packet is an email written by Mr. Kirk's predecessor, Marty Strauss. And in that, he expresses his surprise at learning at the presence of the elderberry bushes because he said that the property had experienced several fires over the past several years, which had eradicated the foliage on it. And it was his sort of speculation that the reason perhaps the bushes hadn't been noticed previously was because they had been eradicated after the several fires, and over the course of time, as they grew back, then they became apparent.
Do you remember roughly the date of that email?
I can look it up very quickly for you.
And I guess one more question for Mr. Kuka.
Sure.
Did you testified that at some point the trust said that they were going to take over doing some of the reporting, but did you know that the city was still a named party when you relinquished control of the reporting duties to the trust?
Can you repeat that again?
Yeah.
Did we relinquish?
No.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, that's basically my question, but you testified, as I understood, that the city relinquished control of reporting requirements to the trust. But at that time, did you know that the city was still a named party under the board's order?
Yeah. Yes. We didn't relinquish reporting, but we continued to report. We submitted, I guess, quarterly reports well beyond that date. But as far as implementation of the actual landfill closure, they developed the new plan with the new consultant Kleinfelder, and they hired the contractor to implement that plan on their property. So, in many respects, we didn't have control over their consultant or their contractor, although we did, pay 50% of the bills. But they were directly contracted to implement, and yes, we did continue to report.
Thank you.
Yeah.
The answer to your question, Member Ramirez, is the date of Mr. Strauss's email in Exhibit 32 is June 10th of 2010.
Any further questions by members of the board? Thank you very much. Before you sit down, have you found the materials that were requested? Okay, can you come forward, please, to answer the question?
Sorry, and can I jump in real fast? I do have another question. In the state's presentation, it said that the city has legal authority to remove homeless people from private land. Do you understand that to be a right that the city has?
I don't I believe the city has the ability to do so if asked by the property owner. The city doesn't have the ability to go onto private land without the landowner's permission.
Do you know if the city was ever asked by the trust to assist in removing homeless people from that property?
I do. I vaguely recall, because I believe it was several years ago, that Mr. Scharf did seek some of the city's assistance in trying to deal with the homeless problem, to see what we could do to work in tandem, because it was an ongoing problem.
And do you know what the result of that was?
I'm not certain, because I don't work in that section. I believe the police were contacted, but I know it wasn't by me, and it would have been, if something happened, it was by someone else in my department.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Wendy, could you please come forward?
So I've gone through most of the evidence again, and I think I found a number of things that address the question.
Well, if I may, just so that we don't go far afield of this, my question was if Ms. Wiles could locate where the reservation of rights was included in the approval of the 2011 construction plan. She has acknowledged and answered the question that that reservation isn't included in that letter. I understand that in previous extensions that were given and in writing that reservation was clearly articulated. My point and my question, which has been answered, was that in the final letter approving construction in 2011 and 2012, unlike previous correspondence in which the reservation was clearly put forth and putting the dischargers on notice, in the 2011 letter adopting the later construction and the final construction plan, which the dischargers met. There is no such reservation, and there is no such notice to the dischargers that they may still be penalized for dates in the original construction schedule.
Ms. Wiles, do you concur with that, or do you concur with that?
David Boyers, counsel for the prosecution team. I'll let Wendy answer whether she concurs with that. I do think that it's important to note that that Wendy can testify as to what was said at meetings verbally, and just as a matter of law, staff does not have the right to change dates in a cleanup and abatement order. Only the executive officer has that right, and I think that was fairly clear to the dischargers and communicated in verbally.
Yes, we've had multiple meetings with these dischargers, and every time we've met, we have said over and over, staff do not have the authority to change the dates in an enforcement order. We can not propose enforcement if you do certain things, but we do not have the authority to change the dates in an enforcement order. And so that was definitely stated at the January 2011 meeting, in which we talked and to the city and the trust and said, look, you haven't done anything. We're going to propose enforcement unless you do something. You've got to get this thing closed. And so that's when they started. They gave us one plan, and then they didn't give us the final construction plan. Everything stopped again, and they gave us another plan. And again, in meetings, we have said all along that if we have to take enforcement, it has to be on the dates in the cleanup and abatement order. And this one particular letter that the city is referencing right now does not contain that statement, but that does not mean that we did not say that over and over again through the course of this project. And there's other documents in the file that I noted where we say over and over, you're in violation of the cleanup and abatement order. We could take enforcement.
So there are multiple documents in the record that also say
There's
that.
there's multiple documents, yes.
Thank you.
Dr. Longley, if I can just make one quick comment. You know, I understand, you know, the board's really trying to look at this as a fairness issue, and I'm not really trying to dissuade the board from that kind of analysis, but I do want to, you know, re-emphasize the fact that, you know, the board doesn't have to, the board staff don't have to make affirmative representations every time that they meet a discharger about whether in fact they're going to take enforcement action under a cleanup and abatement order or not.
Well, Mr. Boyer's counsel for the prosecution stated that, in fact, that only the executive officer can change that date. Is that correct?
Well, the executive officer arguably could, or it could go back to the board, and the board could
No,
consider it
certainly,
on
yeah.
its own.
We can decide what we want to do in this, but I don't think this question actually is relevant to the outcome of
Right.
what we decide.
Well, but just my final point was, I just wanted to clarify that the representation was made was that the reservation was included in the last approval of the construction plan, and it wasn't, and that's all. Thank you. And if I may, I'd like to reserve my closing arguments until after the presentation of evidence.
Oh, certainly.
Thank you.
Does trust wish to present at this point?
I do, Chairman Longley.
Thank you.
May I call Timothy Crandall? Would you please state and spell your name for the record?
Timothy Crandall, C-R-A-N-D-A-L-L.
Who is your employer?
Kleinfelder, a engineering consultant.
And its address?
3077 Fite, F-I-T-E Circle, Sacramento, California.
And have you taken the oath?
Yes, I have.
Tim, you've heard the testimony, and I think it'd be productive to inform the board a little bit more about the background as to how Kleinfelder came to come up with what was the final approved design plan, perhaps taking us back to the time of the SCS plan that was prepared on behalf of the city.
Sure. The SCS plan called for placing soil on the surface of the landfill, which Todd Delfrady had previously described as hummocky, which is true. And this additional soil would add slope
to the top of the landfill, facilitating runoff, decreasing infiltration, and that was one of the major objectives of this closure. The landfill itself is is not adjacent to a drainage course, so in the original design prepared by SCS, it incorporated 2 stormwater detention basins and associated lift stations that would collect runoff from the landfill and then pump it to the city combined sewer system.
But that original design from SCS contemplated removal of all vegetation on the property, correct?
That's true.
And that
That's
included
true.
the elderberry bushes?
That's true.
There's been a representation made that only an acre of the property is covered by the elderberry bushes. Can you describe for the board where they're located and distributed across the property?
There are, the elderberry bushes are in, there's a subset of bushes that are located on the perimeter of the landfill right along the property lines. And then there's a second group, significant group of elderberry plants that are within the body of the landfill. The landfill itself is rectangular in shape. Its long axis is oriented north-south. So if you were to cut the landfill into quadrants, long axis and then cross axis, you'd have the northeast and southeast quadrants would be the location of these groups of elderberry plants that are within the body of the landfill and not on the perimeter.
And after the elderberry bushes were documented, I asked you to work in conjunction with our consulting biologist to come up with an alternate grading plan, correct?
That's correct.
And that was in about August of 2010 as the conceptual idea?
Yes.
Do you recall making efforts to have a meeting with board staff to present that conceptual revised grading plan?
Yes, I do.
Was there more than one requested meeting?
Yes, that's my recollection.
And do you recall who canceled the requested meetings?
I believe it was board staff.
And as I recall, we finally had a meeting with board staff in January of 2011. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. At the time of that meeting, what was discussed, as you recall?
Well, this is going way back in my memory, but I believe that we talked about developing a alternate approach to closure that involved configuring the surface of the landfill, the closure grade, in such a manner as to avoid disturbing the elderberry bushes and avoiding the delay associated with some of the other options like banking the elderberry plants.
Speaking of banking, do you have a recollection as to the expense of doing a take and a placement in a mitigation bank?
Vaguely. It was in the several hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is what the biologist on the project had relayed, but that's a vague recollection.
The revised closure plan was submitted in July of 2011, is that correct?
That's correct.
And then it was approved in September of 2011?
Yes.
Now, board staff has represented that no construction activities occurred in 2011, and in fact, no activity took place until after the ACL issued in March of 2012. Is that correct?
There, if you were to consider construction to be actually turning a spade of dirt, then no, that did not happen. But construction, if you talk about kickoff meetings and pre-meetings with contractors, those activities certainly occurred in the fall of 2011.
And were there preclusions on conducting work through the winter due to rainfall by the contractor?
That was an element of it, although we did do a portion of work in early January and February of 2012 on a radio facility, a transmission facility that is also located on the landfill itself.
And construction continued through 2012 in accordance with the approved plan?
Yes,
And has it been completed?
yes,
And was a closure report submitted?
yes, it was.
Was that closure report timely submitted?
Yes, I believe it was submitted on October 22nd or 20th, somewhere around there,
2012.
2012.
I don't think I have any more questions for you, Mr. Crandall. Thank you.
Okay.
Just a quick, timely
Does that conclude your testimony?
It does.
Questions by?
Sorry,
board
thank you.
members?
So you said it was timely submitted? Timely submitted to whom? And under whose time frame was it submitted? Was that a Cower Cycle, or is that a?
It was submitted to board staff, to Todd Delfrady, and we were shooting for meeting a deadline of getting the CQA, Construction Quality Assurance Report, documenting construction closure activities of the landfill. Getting that document to the regional board staff by, I think it was October 22nd or late October.
Okay.
I have that same question. Timely by which deadline? I mean, I guess I'm asking about what document you base that deadline being timely.
Oh, excuse me for not having the exact answer for you, but I believe that there's a document issued by regional board staff that requested submission of the CQA plan by this date late in October 2012. And that's the date that I'm talking about.
Are there any further questions, members of the board?
Chair Longley, I failed to mention for the record earlier on, I did want to make sure that the board members are aware that Mr. Daggs is present and in attendance today, and I failed to do so as the trustee of the Sylvia Dollar Survivors Trust.
Is he part of your testimony?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, I do have one more question. Part of staff's presentation indicated that there was a refusal or some kind of position that reports in 2009 and 2010 are not required because the original closure plan was superseded by the 2011 plan. Is that a decision that you made?
No, that predated my involvement on the project.
Okay, do you know who made that decision?
No, I don't.
Have you read that document?
Which document would this be?
Well, there's, let me see. It was referred to as, let me see. It was required in the CAO. Can you help me?
Yeah, actually, this was a statement in the city's response.
Oh, in the
and
city's
the city's
response.
evidence to the cleanup or to
Okay.
the ACL complaint, and the city is the one who said that these two reports were not required because the 2011 plan superseded
Okay.
the 2009, 2010.
I'll ask the city that then. Okay. All right, thank you.
Does the prosecution team wish to cross-examine?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. Mr. Crandall, when were you retained by the trust?
I believe it was mid-2010.
And was it at that time that you were informed of the presence of elderberry bushes on the Deller landfill?
You know, I actually don't remember if that was the original topic of conversation for that, the original contract that we had with the trust.
And your testimony was that you prepared an alternate grading plan, which was dated August of 2010, correct?
No, I don't believe so.
You eventually prepared an alternate grading plan, which would avoid the disturbance of the elderberry bushes, correct?
Yes, I did.
How long did it take you to prepare that plan?
The plan itself, well, let's see, I can, and again, I don't have specific dates for you, but I do remember developing the plan, meeting with board staff and talking about this concept of regrading the surface in such a manner to preserve the elderberry bushes and yet facilitate drainage off the landfill to meet that other objective of decreasing infiltration. And at that time, board staff had some questions and concerns about the existing soil cover on the landfill in the immediate vicinity of the elderberry plants, if that would be sufficient to retard infiltration. So as a result of that request or discussion, we went out and did some additional investigation looking at the thickness of the existing soil cover in around the drip line of the elderberry plants, because we could not go into closer to the plant than the drip line, the outer perimeter of the plant, and generated some information that we relayed back to the regional board staff. And from that information, they became comfortable with this approach of this alternate cap. And then from that point on, with this conceptual approval, the development of the closure plan, which included the detailed design, was prepared, and that was submitted in July of 2011.
Have you reviewed the exhibits that pertain to this hearing?
No, I have not.
Are you aware that there's a letter from Mr. Scharf to Steve Rosenbaum dated July 7th, 2009, which indicates that the elderberry bushes had been discovered at that point in time?
No, I'm not aware of that letter.
Had you been retained in 2009, do you believe that the landfill could have been closed by 2010 in October?
Objection, it calls for speculation.
That is speculation. I'll sustain the objection.
I have no further questions.
Thank you very much. Does the prosecution team wish to cross-examine City of Sacramento?
I do have one question for Mr. Kirka. Sir, to your knowledge, is there anything that that prohibited the city from applying for the Cal Recycle grant in the years 2008, 2009, or 2010?
Same objection. I think it calls for speculation.
I said, to your knowledge, is there anything that prohibited the city
Withdrawn.
from applying for the Cal Recycle grant in the years 2008, 2009, or 2010?
Not that I know of. Again, that was quite prior to my involvement. Yeah.
Do you have any further questions?
No.
Dr. Long,
Yes, go ahead.
since they're up, I do have the question actually that I had asked of Kleinfelder. Who decided, or did somebody at the city decide that it was not required to complete the 2009 or 2010 erosion control plan?
Yeah, I'm not aware of who made that decision. Again, the 2008, the construction general permit was prepared, and the SWIP was prepared, and the erosion control plan was prepared for the soil piles that were stockpiled there. But again, why updated plans were not prepared for '09 and '10. I do not know.
You didn't make that decision?
No, I didn't.
Do you know if those were submitted?
No, I don't know if they were submitted.
Do you think they were submitted?
No, I don't think they were.
Okay, thanks.
I do know that reading some of the status reports after that date, that the BMPs were continued to be maintained, and reporting was done on maintaining the erosion control out there.
Any further questions, members of the board? Thank you very much. I don't have cards, or at this point in time, we're ready for testimony by interested parties, but I have no cards for anybody who has not already spoken. So is there anyone here who would like to speak at this time? Seeing none, we'll go to closing statements by the City of Sacramento and the Dillard Trust.
Again, Jeff Scharf on behalf of the Sylvia Dollar Service Trust. You've heard the testimony. There is a long history of efforts for compliance on this site. It's not perfect, but we're talking about an inert landfill. The directives of your staff were to regrade the site. Ultimately, that goal was accomplished. The expense was incurred largely by the trust. The city's participation was through the Cal Recycle grant. There is ongoing compliance requirements with the trust acknowledges and recognizes. That includes ongoing stormwater maintenance, and those things are underway and are under contract. Under the circumstances, the expense that's been incurred by the trust, who is nothing more than an after-the-fact property owner of a former landfill operated by the City of Sacramento, is the party who has, if you will, the least culpability, and I realize that you don't apportion and allocate. But the trust was the one ultimately, through its consultant, who successfully undertook the grading and construction on the site. You didn't have this as your testimony before you, but the total expense is approximately $4 million. Under the circumstances, to be penalized for timing issues where there is no evidence before this board as to water quality impairment seems, under the circumstances, to go in the category of no good deed goes unpunished. And respectfully, on behalf of the trust, we would of course be asking this board to not issue any penalty to either the trust nor the city. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you wish to add to the closing statement?
Thank you again. Kathleen Brogan with the City of Sacramento. I failed to give my address previously. It's 915 I Street, 4th floor, Sacramento, 95814. I think it's clear as you look through the binder of information and from the testimony of staff that staff has put in quite a bit of effort in trying to work along with the parties to get this done, and that the city and the trust have continually worked to try to meet the deadlines. As Mr. Scharf was saying, many of the intermediate construction deadlines were missed, and extensions were repeatedly sought. If you go through the binder of information that is compiled, I think you'll see that no deadline was cavalierly blown off. Marty Strauss was continually, Mr. Kirk's predecessor, was continually in contact with staff, seeking extensions, letting them know what impediments had occurred. And the cleanup and abatement order says that it was directing the parties to forthwith undertake to investigate and clean up the property. And the order itself defined forthwith to mean as soon as is reasonably possible. And given the significant impediments that the city has faced over the past 5 years, I think the closure, it's achieved closure as soon as was reasonably possible. Staff has made assertions that the city should have raised rates or raised taxes to generate revenue to help finance the cleanup sooner. That's addressed in I'll give you the exhibit number, but that's addressed in one of the city's correspondence back to the board back in May. It's just wrong. The city can't unilaterally decide to raise rates or raise taxes without following the procedure that's necessary, and that may or may not have resulted in an increase of rates. With respect, the fine is being imposed for 5 reasons, 3 of which are tied to failure to meet the construction deadline in 2010. The city could not have met that deadline given the disclosure, the locating of the elderberry bushes. Even if the bushes were located, Mr. Strauss was wrong and fire hadn't eradicated the foliage in the previous several years. If the bushes had been located, let's say in 08 or 09, it's likely that we still couldn't have met the 2010 construction deadline due to the time it takes to create the HCP or to create an alternate plan and have it reviewed and approved by staff. So realistically speaking, there's just no way the city could have met 3 of the prongs for which we're now being penalized. The initiation of construction in 2010, submission of the closure doc, or the final inspection for closure in 2010. And if time was not of the essence, as I think as staff and Mr. Scharf have pointed out, there was no danger to health or safety of the public. There were no toxics being disseminated through the water. When the elderberry beetles were found, staff was approached by Mr. Strauss and he was asked, look, if you want to designate the cleanup action as an emergency that allows us to continue with construction before we have the elderberry habitat under control. And staff looked at it and said, no, we're not going to designate this an emergency. There's no danger to health and safety of the public. So time was not of the essence any more than under the order. There was no danger to public safety. And the financial difficulty that the city was facing was absolutely not insignificant. You heard Mr. Kirka testify. We had $50 million deficit in 08-09. We had a $58 million deficit, in 8-9, a $50 million deficit in 9-10, and a $43 million deficit between fiscal years 10 and 11. There have been hundreds of city staff layoffs. Mr. Kirka's department has been cut by 65%. We've been living that. These aren't small, little, I bounced a check. The significant impact to the city on this is really significant. And to impose a penalty, the grant was for $720,000. The city has used all of that to fund its efforts at cleanup. The proposed penalty is roughly 25-30% of what that grant was and helped to pay for. And so the city is very grateful for the time that the board has given to hear this and respectfully requests that it consider that in the totality of circumstances, the effort that the city and the trust has undertaken to close a site which was not posing a health hazard to the public, in light of the impediments that arose and the need to try to work together with the trust, that the board please reconsider the bases for the fine, that it reject the fine, or consider significantly reducing it as to both parties. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Closing testimony by prosecution team.
So to go back a little bit, the cleanup and abatement order was issued because the board staff had concerns about water quality impacts. An environmental site assessment prepared by a consulting firm also suggested that the landfill needed to be closed to protect water quality. The city and the Delaware Trust provided a proposal to us on how to do it, and we took that proposal, put it into the cleanup and abatement order. We included the 3-year timeline the city asked for. This is a 1-year project. We gave them 3 years to do it because they said they needed money, or they needed time to put aside the money to complete this project. And in fact, the city's February 2012 letter to us says that they have the funds to do the cleanup, the closure, the cap, and that the money was set aside to do it. So we gave them the time to do we gave them the time that they had asked for to do this closure. One reason that we are asking just for the minimum amount of this penalty is because, yes, we agree that there was no immediate impact to human health from the delay in closing the landfill, but there there was the potential, or there still is a potential for groundwater impacts from this waste that is still in place. And the cleanup and abatement order has findings about the potential for groundwater impacts as one of the bases for issuing that order. As far as the elderberry bushes, again, we point out that in 2003, an environmental site assessment was done, and it does point to elderberry bushes. The city should have gone out there in 2008 when the cleanup and abatement order was issued. The city and the trust should have gone out there and inspected the site and started doing their pre-construction work. The record doesn't show whether they did or not, but the record does show that in July of 2009, Jeff Scharf sent us a letter or a status report saying that elderberry bushes were discovered, mitigation was needed, and that the city had been notified. I guess there was city staff turnover, but the current city staff should have been looking through the file and reading, the previous correspondence and coming up to speed on it. So the fact that the city says they didn't know about the bushes till 2010, that contradicts what's in the evidence. Mr. Crandall stated that he had put together an August 2010 closure plan and that he tried to meet with staff about it, but we rejected meetings. I have no recollection of that. That does not show up in the case file in the evidence. We always want to meet with our dischargers, especially when a project is behind schedule. I disagree with that statement totally. We believe that this cleanup or this ACL complaint is necessary. The dischargers are continuing to be in non-compliance with the cleanup and abatement order. They have ignored the board's request for a report of waste discharge. We do need to get them under permit. We need to continue moving forward, and this ACL is necessary to show them that they still do have responsibilities for this landfill.
Yeah, and just if I could just briefly just sum up, I mean, I think that really the reason that we're here is because there were continued delays and lack of progress over many years in doing what in the end amounted to relatively simple things to get this closure accomplished. And as Wendy mentioned, has been mentioned throughout, this is despite the fact that we worked with the dischargers on the cleanup and abatement order. We continued to work with them as deadlines passed, and then the fact of the matter is that work was really only undertaken after this administrative civil liability was issued, and despite all the talk that we've heard about elderberry bushes and other things that caused delays, they were actually able to get it accomplished very quickly. So, and in the end, we are only asking for a penalty that's the economic benefit plus 10%, which is the lowest amount that we can bring to you under the state enforcement policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I close the meeting, does anybody have any questions of anybody? Otherwise, when I close, we'll confine our discussion with and of course, we can involve our technical team, if you will, advisory team. Hearing no requests for questions, yes.
Advisory team would like to ask a couple questions of Mr. Horner.
Good. And I have a card on Mr. Horner.
I'm Gerald Horner, economist.
Microphone.
I'm Gerald Horner, economist, State Water Resources Control Board. I have taken the oath.
Actually, just asking for clarification on the economic benefit. You had sent your memo that's been mentioned a number of times, March 14 memo, to David Boyers, with one conclusion regarding the economic benefit from your analysis. As Ms. Wiles mentioned, apparently there's some confusion in the order and staff report. There are a couple different economic benefits that are mentioned.
Yep.
Sounds like one may have come from an earlier draft of your memo. I just wanted to clarify for the record that the $134,000 number, I believe it is.
It's 135.
Scrolling. 135,367 at the bottom of your memo, which you may not have memorized. That is your professional opinion as
Yes.
to what it is?
Yes, it is. Although obviously there are probably some assumptions that went into that, so it could be up or down a bit, but that is your professional conclusion. Yes, it is. Okay. Anything else?
David, can I ask you a question on that? Wendy noted that it was a draft number and that the discharger would get the benefit of the doubt. Is there a legal issue on timing? I mean, now that we know what the final number is, and then the state law says we have to issue the minimum.
Well, what I'm understanding the prosecution team to be bringing is a penalty amount, which is essentially whatever the number is that's represented as the economic benefit plus 10%. So I just want to make sufficiently clear that there's a basis in the record for whatever that number is. And part of the reason why I wanted to get clarification from Dr. Horner is, when I was reviewing for this particular matter and I looked at Exhibit 77 and it said 135 something, and I looked at that against the economic benefit as listed, for example, in Step 9 of the ACL order, the numbers didn't jive. They were only off by about $5,000, but they didn't jive. And given the fact that the board, if it decides that it is going to assess administrative civil liability in this case, then they do have, then the order does need to assess economic benefit plus 10%.
Which would be the higher number?
Well, what I thought I heard from Dr. Horner is that the economic benefit is actually the 135 number that's referenced in Exhibit 77. And if in fact that's the case, and that's part of the record, and that's what the actual economic benefit is, and there isn't any controverting evidence to that effect, then that's the number that we should use as a basis for saying what the economic benefit is, adding the 10% and coming up with a final amount.
So you're saying 148 rather than 143?
Correct.
You have further questions, John?
So we might, at some point, if the board is inclined to go in that direction, we might want to just take a brief recess for a minute or two to address those particular portions in the order to make those changes.
Does the board have the discretion of staying with the original 143?
In my opinion, I think that's a very tough argument to make in light of what the enforcement policy says. And I say that for a couple of reasons. One, the enforcement policy specifically says that at minimum, you've got to recover economic benefit plus 10%. I can understand how the board may want to use Step 7, for example, in the enforcement policy that talks about other matters that justice may require. But Step 8 is the economic benefit step that comes after Step 7, and Step 7 can't be used as a basis to get around what Step 8 specifically requires.
Yeah, I think we have to form that, come up with the number that was the final number on the economic calculation, and we have to amend the ACL to reflect that, then that's what needs to be done. I think your final comments about the board does have the ability, as justice may require.
No, he said the other.
No, I said unfortunately in this case.
Oh, we don't.
We don't in this particular case under the terms of the enforcement policy. The methodology laid out is very clear in terms of the steps that have to be taken. Step 7 is the step that the board can engage in to consider other factors as justice may require. Step 8 is the economic benefit type analysis that comes specifically after Step 7, and Step 8 specifically says that at minimum you've got to recover economic benefit plus 10%.
This was an earlier discussion between Mr. Coop and myself, and in fact, Mr. Coop answered that question back to me in an email yesterday, that about the order of these coming and quite frankly, the discretion that the board does not have here.
Now, I will add, Board Member Schneider, that I have heard that there's been some discussion about whether, in fact, there may be some benefit or value to amending the enforcement policy to perhaps change the order of the steps and arguably to give the board some discretion in this context. But at least to my knowledge, that hasn't really gained any traction at this time.
Very good. Are there any other questions for the team? Well, we're going to give the team 5 minutes to do what they want to do, and we'll be back in here at 6 o'clock.
He said, I'll go pick you up at 4, and I said, no, you wait till I call.
seen it before, and they're telling us we're overdue. I don't know where. Well, I've never seen the damn thing before. Well, they mailed me one certified mail, and I picked it up yesterday. Well, that's it. And but what bothers, yeah, but it's my car. I didn't bring in this car. What bothers me is they're telling us we haven't complied with the previous demand. I've never seen a previous demand. Well, see, that's the bullshit deal. Well, I never got it before, that I know of. Oh, I don't know. I've got it since, yeah, no, I'm gonna go back, but I wanna wait for the snow. Sorry about all this crazy. Yeah, I gotta go.
Board's back in session.
Do you want to close the hearing, Carl, or?
Yes, we'll go ahead and close the hearing. Do any board members or technical team advisory team have any other questions of members?
No other questions?
Not of members of the
Witnesses?
of the witnesses, yes.
No.
Thank you. We'll close the hearing and we'll take the input from the advisory team.
Well, first, just sort of my summary of what I've seen through the record is clearly there are violations of the cleanup and abatement order. Enforcement team always has the option of not enforcing, but with the exception of mandatory minimum penalties. But any discussions do not change the underlying cleanup and abatement order due dates. The city is, the dischargers have proposed a couple reasons. Frankly, elderberry bushes are hardly a new thing in the Sacramento Valley. It's hard to believe that you don't look for those things before you have a construction project, and homeless along the American River are, again, an issue that is common. So I have trouble seeing those as major reasons, and had they started their work earlier, they would have discovered those problems earlier. They still might have not made the deadlines, but they'd have been a lot farther along a lot sooner. So, and then in regards to the question of the amount, I will run through the changes that would need to be made in the proposed ACL order, and starting on page 5 of the order. I'll wait till everybody quits moving. Okay. In finding number 20, I calculated the number actually as $148,903.70. I just rounded it up to $904. The board can decide whether to round it or not, but my recommendation would be that in finding number 20, third line in the middle, where it says benefit plus 10%, or it would be $148,904. The very last, on that same paragraph, the very last number would be $148,904. Moving over to the next page, at the top of that, the very first line would have $148,904. And then in the within 30 days of adoption, that number, both the numeric as well as the word version of it, would be $148,904. And then moving on into attachment A, calculation of liability, we move over to page 13. The second line at the top of the page calculated at approximately, that would become $135,367. Down into step 9, the second underline, economic benefit, would become $135,367. The next line, economic benefit plus 10%, would become $148,904. And then the very last number on that page would become $148,904. And those were the changes we found that would need to be made if the board went with Mr. Horner's professional judgment that $135,367 is the economic benefit.
Okay. Questions of the advisory team? Deliberation, or I'm ready for motion?
So I'll just ask, just to make sure I'm clear. The enforcement team, compliance team, has the option to not enforce. But once we get to this point, the board doesn't have the ability to not issue a penalty since there's a minimum?
The board has discretion to essentially do what it wants to do. It can choose to affirm the order as proposed. It can try and modify it. It can reject it altogether. Certainly, certain decisions that the board may make are going to be more or less defensible than others. I think the proposal that that Mr. Lando and I put forward is the most defensible position.
What's your pleasure?
So I just had a comment before I made a motion or listened to a motion. I'm always stunned when some of these things come before us because it seems like some rational brain could have stopped this train long ago. But there's many parties and many things going on, and so who knows what led to this point. But I do see that we put out requests to get actions done, and then they didn't get done. So that leads us to this point. I did want to make a note that the staff's presentation about the city raising taxes to pay, I don't think that's a reasonable position to take, especially a city the size of Sacramento probably costs more than it would to collect the taxes. So, I just wanted to point that out. That's it.
I do think that pulling back funds so that the police and fire can be funded at a higher rate, that's strictly a discretionary action on the part of the city. I know, most cities are in a real world of hurt, some more than others, but any of the actions that took place, we have no control over. In my opinion, they have a requirement. It was their discretionary decision not to honor that requirement, but instead to put those funds elsewhere. And likewise, the grant funds, we're not really involved in that part of where they go get the money, whether they sell bonds or raise taxes or get grant funds or whatever. That's not, I don't think, in my opinion, part of the consideration that we have. But regardless,
So,
Carmen, your mic's
yeah.
on.
What I was going to say is that I was just going to summarize it in my opinion. I was going to say that, personally, I am sympathetic because I do believe that the delays occurred, and I do think that the violations are kind of paper violations, and we don't know that there was necessarily any water or any danger to the environment, which is, of course, what we care about the most. I am sympathetic to the dischargers. I'm sympathetic to the economic downturn and the cuts in staff's budget, to changing of staff, to sort of delay in discovering these elderberry bushes, to grant monies, to the homeless encampment. I think that at the end the landfill was closed. I think that, there's kind of, maybe in my heart, I think like maybe there was no harm. But on the other hand, legally, it's a pretty simple question for me. It's, were these submitted? Were these documents submitted? And the answer is no. And, you know, there was no testimony rebutting the economic benefit analysis put on by staff. So, you know, I don't really see a lot of options. I see that even though I'm sympathetic to all the reasons, I don't think that legally anything's been established to tell me why I shouldn't, you know, why legally we can stop this. I mean, I think that, you know, the city shouldn't have trusted the trust, and I know that that's not the right word, but, you know, sort of relied on the trust to get things in timely, like you said. This could have been stopped a long time ago. Maybe just people could have stayed on top of things a little bit more. Like I said, I'm sympathetic, but, you know, legally it's clear, and I intend to support the minimum violation.
Do I have a motion?
I
Yeah.
wanna, I mean, I always think I mean, the other side of this is, I am really appreciative that the landfill is to a large extent closed, except for around the elderberries, which hopefully will be delisted soon, and it will be fully closed. The other side of this is, if the landfill wasn't closed at this point, this penalty would probably be significantly higher. So while we may not be able to reduce it, we're not increasing it at this point in time.
I hear support for the penalty. Do I hear a motion?
I would move that we find liability in the amount of $148,904, and that those changes in the proposed document before staff, before the board, make that dollar amount change everywhere. And that's my motion.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Might I ask if the motion will include the advisory team's ability to make other changes in this line in case at 6 o'clock on Friday afternoon we did not catch everything?
Are you talking about the amount of the
The
fine?
amounts only, to be consistent. I'm not aware of anything else, but just in case.
I would just make my motion to include that this dollar amount replace any previous mentions of the old dollar amount.
Thank you. Reading it Monday may be different.
Any, do I have a second?
I second.
Jenny seconded. Any further discussion? If not, we'll go to the vote. It's a voice vote. All in favor state so by saying aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Abstentions? Motion carries. We are adjourned.
Thank you.
I'm gonna leave for the